Good morning, everybody. What a splendid morning to start it with you. I hope you are prepped and you have a coffee in your hand, and it's lovely to see you again. Once again, welcome here at the Energy Security Hub. I do see a lot of familiar faces, so thanks again for being here and for following our debates, our conversations, these bold questions, of course, that will keep us busy in these times when we talk about energy security. And I welcome you now to our breakfast session with the title of Geopolitical Power Brokers, when we dive into the economic corridors for energy security that are out there, but that are also, of course, in need of shape. So, as you all know, in 2026, energy security is no longer just about molecules. It's all about connectivity in that regard as well. We are seeing different races. Yesterday, we've spoken a lot about the AI race. Now, we also see a race to build up economic corridors when we look into the Indo-Pacific region. I mean, we have this beautiful globe above us. We can actually travel around the globe, and we do, of course, have different corridors that we will tackle on, also in the Mediterranean, for example. All that is shaping the a map of global influence. But really the question in that topic remains, are we building it in a resilient manner? Are we building these corridors for the future, or are these maybe new geopolitical dependencies and choke points? And also, of course, when we talk about rules and risks and rewards coming out of these corridors, who will shape all these different topics in times of geopolitical tensions? And then in the end, of course, we also want to know from our panelists, when it comes to win-win partnerships, how can we fill that with life? That it's really a cooperation and stabilizing global energy systems rather than just creating new vulnerabilities or new dependencies. So just to name a few questions, but let's find out with you. Of course, I kindly invite you also, if you have any questions on your mind, please also feel free, and please feel invited to come in. So may I introduce you to my panel. We talk with Mike Enskat here to the left. He's the director of ARENA Innovation and Technology Center, leading and overseeing strategy and programmatic work. Previously, he was serving as the head of infrastructure section at the GIZ Global Program. Mike, thank you for being here. Next to you, Henrike Trautmann, Director General for Middle East, North Africa and the Gulf, joining us from the European Commission. Thank you again for being here. That early, of course. And when we're coming to you, to the center, it's such a pleasure to have you with us. Thank you so much, Shukran, former Minister of Planning, Economic Development and International Cooperation, joining us from the Arab Republic of Egypt, Rani Al-Mashat. Thank you. And last but not least, the chairman of the Independent Energy Policy Institute in India, which is also, of course, a beautiful emerging market, lots to talk about, Narendra Taneja. I hope I pronounced it correctly. I always try my best as a German. Wonderful. So to all of you, maybe we can start with a round of applause. I know you have a cup of coffee in your hand, but thank you for being here. Narendra, I'd like to start with you because, of course, we do see a lot of commitment and a lot of ambition in the past 2 years when we talk about corridors, when we talk about the Indo-Pacific and the India, Middle East, Europe economic corridors, all these different corridors, all these new partnerships. But nevertheless, when we look into the past 2 years, we also need to see the current affairs, the geopolitical friction that is also of course, slowing down physical progresses and processes. So from your perspective, also joining us from a global south perspective, from an Indian perspective, are these corridors that are so often celebrated, are they also victims of rivalry, of power rivalry in these times?
Well, you see, the world that we got very used to since 1991, that's the collapse of the Soviet Union. Many parts of the world become very comfortable, even complacent, and Europe was the most complacent. But then we got a shock, each one of us, coming out of Washington, D.C., and Ukraine was a shock, but Washington, D.C., Trump 2.0, big shock. So now the entire world is going through a churn. It's a churn. We don't know what's going to come out of it. But one thing is very clear, large economies like India, we understand now, realize, look, you got to take care of yourself. There is no interdependence. There is no global order. If you're a large economy and you have very vulnerable people like 4 billion energy poor on the planet, out of them 1 billion energy poor in my part of the world, India, Bangladesh, Burma, Afghanistan, and Pakistan, and so on and so forth. So now in such a situation, that's the reality. So the message is very clear. Take care of yourself. Take care of your energy needs. Take care of your energy security. And if possible, try to become energy independent, which India is trying to do, but energy independent by 2050. Now, that said, at the same time, we are investing heavily in corridors, heavily in India, Middle East, Europe corridor. We have planted the seed. We water the seed every day. There are people in Washington, D.C., they now ignore it. There may be some people elsewhere, they might ignore it. But we think India, Middle East economic corridor is the future.
What gives you that confidence that it is the future and that it will be the future? Do you have any numbers? Do you have any hopes?
Well, if you look at geopolitics is not science, it's art. It's art. It's governance. Governance is art, it's not science. That's why the best brains go for art, not for technology. So that's what I'm saying, it's an art. So we sincerely believe that this corridor has the potential to change the entire landscape of South Asia, Middle East, and Europe. Europe needs South Asia and Middle East and South Asia, they need Europe. If we work together, this is going to be a big game changer in 20 years from now. 20 years may be a long time for us as an individual, but in the history of nations, 20 years is tomorrow morning. Secondly, Indo-Pacific that you mentioned, the corridor. Indo-Pacific is now the economic and energy gravity center of the world. Gravity center. It's no longer Europe. It's not Atlantic. Many of you think so in Europe.
Did Europe got the memo for that Europe is not the center anymore?
Oh no, Europe is not. Europe is not aware. Europe is still sleeping, comfortable sleep, nice pillow, nice bed. But thanks to Trump, Trump has given a big shock. I hope they get a message, and Europe tries to be independent. But these corridors are real. These corridors, we need to invest. And I said, don't go by the friction today. We have to keep on investing. The seeds have been planted. Please keep watering them.
Beautiful. What a start. Rania, I'd like to come to the Egyptian perspective with you for that first start. Of course, when we talk about concrete infrastructure projects. And looking at Egypt, Egypt sits at the crossroads of old and new corridors from the Suez Canal to the emerging electricity interconnections. When we talk to hydrogen roads, all of that, Egypt is coming up. So where do you see then the greatest opportunities of these corridors that I just mentioned in a long-term interdependence, not to be dependent against, and on really having this long-term vision?
Well, thank you very much, and it's great to be here. A few thoughts come to mind. First, for every country, there's a need to fulfill the needs of the population. And the needs of the population for any country are jobs and growth. You need to grow, and you need to create these jobs so that the social contract is one that is conducive for the future and able to actually endorse technologies, actually push the frontier. So that's number one, that every country in thinking about where they stand, the relationships with the different, alliances, the key objective is how to create more jobs internally. That taken into account, the case of Egypt, we have, for instance, we are very much part of the global gateway with the EU. We're very much also, when you talk about the Belt and Road Initiative, we have many projects along that line. When you take a look at what's happening within Africa, also there are alliances there. So Egypt is in a position that affords it the ability to be able to navigate. Nonetheless, you cannot do that unless internally you create that resilience. So starting 2014, there has been so much investment in paving the way to what is happening today. If we had not invested in renewable energy, at least
back in the days, right?
Back in the day, our transition, the energy transition started in 2014. The ability to use every drop of water with adaptation projects started in 2014. So you're talking about several years of preparation to be able to sit here today and say that successful projects exist with Europe in the global gateway. Successful projects exist with Africa when we're talking about the Africa Free Trade Agreement and everything that needs to happen when it comes to a transition. But a few words are important for any country today. Number one, you have to be very, very clear with your national priorities. You have to be clear with what you mean by your participation in global public goods. And I invite everybody who's here in the Munich Security Council to think about global public goods. We talk about them a lot, but we don't have an exact definition. To me, if we define it properly, we will be able to create dividends from economic integration or economic participation or economic collaboration, which will very much lower the rhetoric when it comes to the politics. For Egypt, we've done so many partnerships with IRENA, so many partnerships with the EU, so many partnerships with Germany when it comes to the first, for example, offtake agreement on green hydrogen being done by BMZ. So there's a way to create collaboration to push, as I mentioned, national objectives, but at the same time, they contribute to these global public goods
But that's
debates.
interesting. I'd like to zoom in into one partnership, the EU-Egypt strategic partnership. And this is really, when you follow these journeys, it takes a while from MOU signing to hard reality. And I think we are now with the implementation phase, in that phase of hard reality. So can you explain to us what has been a reality check also for that partnership from MOU to signing and now to reality, what you see?
So the comprehensive and strategic agreement was signed in March 24, but
almost 20 years ago.
Yeah, but the build-up to it happened many years before. Team Europe and Egypt provides a very concrete example of how Team Europe can work together. We've had very strong projects with Germany, with France, with Norway. So, all of Team Europe has had very strong relationships with Egypt, and they are not only on the financing side, but on private investments as well. So when a comprehensive and strategic agreement was discussed, you're coming from a very high note. So it paved the way for today a different type of relationship, emphasizing the connectivity when it comes to energy, emphasizing different tools of engagement for private sector engagement, such as investment guarantees, the EFSD+, such as support on policy implementation through the macro-financial assistance. So debt swaps we've had with Germany for many, many years. So the ability of different partners to work together despite their different governance structures is a plus today for Egypt as we're talking about the future and our ability to navigate a very difficult geopolitical landscape.
Yeah, thank you for that start. Well, we talked about the EU already quite often, so Henrike, I'm turning to you, of course, when we talk about the EU Pact for the Mediterranean. And of course, when we talk about EU's Pact for the Mediterranean, what is then there the choice for building up long-term resilience? What is the vision when we talk in these long terms and long times ahead?
Right. I mean, representing Europe, of course, I have to react to Narendra on being complacent, which is probably not entirely wrong, but the fact that we just signed a huge free trade agreement with India is, I think, a sign that Europe has really woken up. I mean, it's clear that we'll have to diversify not only in terms of trade partners, but also in terms of partnerships. And classically, from where I sit normally in Brussels, this is a lot of, external assistance. And we're not talking about external assistance to countries anymore, certainly not to a country like India or a country like Egypt.
It took 20 years to reach
It took 20 years, but we got
several
around
shocks,
to it.
maybe, but we are here
exactly,
now.
Exactly,
Okay.
and I think that's the way global politics works now. You need to have a bit of a shock, but then now you really see how
Is
it's
that the
speeding
art
up.
he was talking about? The meandering?
I think it's the meandering and the sharp turns you have to take at some point. So India, sharp turn, Mercosur, sharp turn, and that is certainly going to be, from the European Commission's perspective, the priority for the years to come. Obviously, the transatlantic partnership is still there and it's still important, but I think we have to work differently with our partners. And there, the Pact for the Mediterranean, which was adopted in October 2025, is a good example, because we've used this to frame the things we've been working on with partner countries like Egypt for years now. So we now have an overall, let's say, description of the EU offer. And I think their energy is an extremely important example. It's not the only one, but it's one where you can really see that we want to get away from external assistance, development thinking, to co-creation, to a way of helping the partner countries, but also helping Europe.
helping Europe is, I think, an important topic because, of course, there are a lot of investment requests coming from China, the Gulf, and the Russia also pushing into these markets. So how is Europe then buckling up?
But I think the European offer is different because, I mean, Chinese investment classically is in order to export technology, but also in order to export labor. As Rania was saying, we need to create jobs in the countries. You know, it's not interesting to do an investment if it doesn't have any effect on socioeconomics, if it doesn't have any effect on the country's own ideas about, for example, how to decarbonize the economy, how to be able to build up new export markets, how to build up value chains, and therefore have an impact on the economy overall. So the European offer is not only money, although it is, of course, an important part, and with a strategic partnership like the one with Egypt or the one we have with Jordan, the one we're now discussing possibly for Morocco, possibly for other countries, there is a sum of money, but a sum of money which is helping the country to do the necessary political moves they are planning themselves, including political reforms. But there's also technical assistance, there is regulatory possibilities, I wouldn't say alignment because they were really in a enlargement perspective. But of course for a country like Egypt it's interesting to come into the European market sort of under the framework of regulatory alignment, because otherwise the market access is going to be very difficult, and to create the value chains that allow the country to develop its possibilities. And I think this is something we really need to explain better. I mean, there I'm being self-critical from a European point of view, that it is a different offer for partner countries than the Chinese or the Russian one.
We're coming into the zoom-in of the partnerships on eye level in a second, but I want to bring in Mike here into our debate, because of course when we testing the systems and building up new corridors, maybe you can give us a glimpse coming from Irina, deeply involved in translating corridors concepts. What or where do you see the political corridors visions when they break down, because they come together with the realities, meeting on the ground, the realities of technology and economy? So what would you see what can we learn from failures from other corridors that you were actually also covering?
Yeah. Thank you very much, and also thanks to the Energy Security Hub for inviting Irina again. It's always a pleasure and a very enriching discussion that we can have here with many stakeholders. I represent a multilateral organization. We have an almost universal membership. 170 countries of the world are members of IRENA, plus the EU, which is also very important to us. EU as a distinct member, having you as well, and we work with all partners. So coming out of also yesterday a discussion in the program here that was very much focused on Europe, on a bit of the panic mode that Europe also is in on AI, on energy, on security. It's very heartwarming to have a discussion here about partnerships again. Even Narendra, if you live in a world where you better take care of your own, of yourself, I think we strongly believe that these type of multilateral partnerships are one way to take care of yourself. Sometimes you feel almost like a dinosaur when you represent a multilateral institution today in these discussions, but we strongly believe in multilateralism, and it was also very good to hear yesterday in the opening remarks on the MSC that there is a strong statement now also coming from a lot of countries that believe in multilateralism and that think that multilateralism is part of the answer to the challenges we're in. So in that sense, very, very nice to be here. So IRENA does a lot of the analytical work on the energy side, but also what is very important for us, and again, I think it also reflects very well the challenges we discussed yesterday, we look at the energy transition as something that has to be people-centered. So not just in the countries of the South, where we do a lot of work on energy access, energy poverty, also in economies of transition, but even in Europe. We have heard yesterday about the trust and lack of trust in societies that we have here. We understand that all what we do here technically has to be well understood, also in terms of its socioeconomic impacts. And we see a great opportunity in corridors, in interconnectors, but also in other forms of partnerships. We have an emerging discussion about not just supplying electrons and molecules, but also the technology supply chains. There's a big, big challenge now to diversify those, to secure the access and supply to these technologies. So again, something where IRENA can play a role, not just as in terms of the analysis we provide, but also in terms of building political platforms to negotiate, to discuss these new emerging also governance arrangements that we need.
But that brings me to the question of the systemic level, you know, designing and creating these corridors not just as an asset, but really as a system with different variables. So from your experience, Mike, I'd like to stick with you on that. How important is it then to design these systems rather than just to integrate them and just to put them somewhere? So can you tell us a little bit more about the importance of the designing process and what are the to-dos and the not to-dos, looking ahead of time, of course?
I mean, certainly the to-dos, and I think, Rania, you mentioned parties have to be clear about what they want. And I think it is very important when it comes to corridors, because these are big investments, long-term investments that are needed for actors to do their homework and to be clear in terms of what they want. And I think you asked me, why do some of these initiatives fail? I think when you look back at, you know,
give us an example,
like Desertec, or also the green hydrogen discussions that we've been having over the last 5-6 years. I think doing the analytical homework and to be clear of what is your demand, what is the ability and willingness to pay for these supplies is a very important element. And we are happy to support this from IRENA in terms of the analytics. And secondly, I think it's governance. And governance was mentioned before. We have to have reliable arrangements. We're living in a time where, you know, everyone announces we have the deal, we have the deal, we have the deal, and there's a new deal every week. I think these long-term investments really need agreement between companies, governments, but also between governments.
But again, can you give us an example of what failed? Maybe, for example, when we talk about hydrogen, Namibia, Germany, which is also, of course, a very well-known corridor, different corridors. You mentioned Desertec. So what has been the difficulty in that regard? What would you say?
Well, maybe difficult to say, but the sort of panic mode out of which the strong interest in green hydrogen came about in Europe as a consequence of the gas supply issues with Russia. Sort of created this sort of panic mode, and European politicians were traveling the world to incentivize countries to invest. And a lot of countries in the south have done their homework. I mean, it's very impressive when you look at countries like Namibia, Mauritania, countries on the southern border of the Mediterranean. A lot of them have come up with very, very substantive and well thought through strategies in terms of investment strategies, in terms of industrialization strategies around this. And now the demand and the offtake becomes a very big bottleneck.
Narendra, this is music to your ears, I guess, or you know, hearing that, of course, the so-called Global South, I have a big problem with that term, but the so-called Global South has done the homework. But tell us a little bit more from your perspective, because, of course, when we are in this design momentum of the systemic design, the energy transitions, we know the numbers, they are accelerating, but the corridors, they take decades, years to build. Again, where do you see the biggest risk right now in designing these systems and designing these corridors when tomorrow's energy systems are needed rather now, yesterday, than tomorrow?
Well, there are two ways to look at it. You know, of course, organizations like, you know, and countries like India and European Union, we are building this corridor and these deals, and also there's a kind of formal corridors, like, you know, India, Middle East, or Indo-Pacific, or there is one corridor from India, Japan, India, and Africa. There's a, you know, maritime corridor. So a lot of work is going on in that direction too. So these are the formal structures. At the same time, there are informal structures which actually are shaped by demand and supply, by market forces, and technology. So my own sense is this is a very good idea to have those formal ideas, formal corridor, plant seas, water them, and all that. But at the same time, you see, market forces are going to play their own role, a very big role. Demand and supply, very, very important role. And technology. Technology can come in both as a disruptor and as a facilitator. For instance, when we talk about energy transition, what is energy transition? In my viewpoint, energy transition is a dead debate, because energy transition has been happening ever since Alexander came to India. You see, 2,000 years ago. And even in the modern times, first we had coal, then we had oil, and then now we are moving towards age of electricity. And hopefully in 50 years from now, age of only nuclear and solar power. So this energy transition too, but what happened that, we all got together, we said, look, this is energy transition. Europe has its own definition, India has its own definition, China has its own definition. So if we want to stick to this idea of energy transition, then hello, there are 100 definitions. And
who's bringing them together?
Exactly.
You?
Well, no. I think two things. First of all, the fact remains that we can have two ideas of the world. One is that very idealistic, that the world is shaped by United Nations, multilateral organization, European Union, and so on and so forth. At the same time, we know that the world has a different nature. It works on its own. So I think, look, China is rising to be a global power. India is rising to be a global power. European Union, hopefully, is rising to be a global power. Washington, D.C., America, despite President Trump, will survive as a big power. So I think, and at the same time, Indonesia is rising, Middle East is rising, Brazil is rising. So I think, we're transitioning more than energy transition. We are transitioning from a unipolar world to multipolar world. Now the question is whether it's energy, whether you're European Union or whether I'm India, we have to learn to deal with this. How do we deal with multipolarity and multi-alignments? That's the word. It sounds chaotic, it sounds difficult to deal with, but I can tell you one thing, I am very optimistic. I think multilateral organizations will have to play a bigger role, but at the same time, you leave enough room for market forces, for technology, for demand supply. When you come, like you come from Washington, D.C. and tell India, don't buy oil from Russia because this is helping Ukrainian war, and you keep buying that from Russia, it's not going to work in the modern world. So these are the kind of questions we got to address. Therefore, I think, structured corridors, structured directions are going to play an important role. But I think world has evolved. People have evolved. Younger generation look at multilateral organization, UN, all that in a very different, I'm sorry to say, in a dismissive manner. So, and technology is playing a very important role. So get ready for the new world. New world is basically what? New world is informal corridors, multi-alignment. And at the same time, the new world is that you may want world to go in the west, direction of the west, but the world may actually go towards the east. So for Europe, just last line for Europe, Europe is going to play a very, very important role. But Europe has to come out of slumber, I'm sorry to say it, has to basically align itself with the new realities. Life is not only about cheese and wine. Life is about soiling your hand. Get back to manufacturing. Get real. And be a big power in this multipolar world. Thank you.
Okay. I'm writing it all down.
Are you writing down the homework?
Exactly.
So
well, I like the cheese and wine part still, but maybe we can do both.
We are all curious. What did you note down, as a homework for Europe?
I mean, of course, Narendra is right, and we all know that, we all recognize that the world is not only has it changed, but it's also continuing to change. I mean, what is currently, we think the next year might be looking completely different. And if I look at a couple of the big, I mean, there's the Ukraine war, but of course, since I'm responsible for the Middle East, there is the Middle East conflict. I mean, a huge impact potentially on Europe, but also a huge opportunity if we manage to stabilize that. Again, Europe hasn't been very successful so far, but that doesn't mean that you shouldn't continue to try. Maybe one thing, since we talk about corridors, there's of course IMEC, which is, originally I remember when this MOU was signed like 2 years ago, and everybody was like, oh God, yeah, whatever, I mean, another corridor. So, and now you see what potential this holds. I mean, because already between India and Saudi, there is a strong willingness and pushing ahead to make this reality. If you go then through the Middle East, which is in conflict basically all over, and you manage to use the possibility of a road transport, but also energy corridor to bring people together, like Jordan and Israel, for example, it has a huge impact, and we have to work on these things. I think corridors are not, I mean, it's not like a pipeline which is fixed. I think corridors will also have to be a bit variable in terms of who comes in, who can contribute, how do you want to look at the different modules, but we have to think about the corridors, because this is going to be the new way that the world is connected, not through the UN and we go to the UNGA and then talk there, but through the way where we make ourselves interdependent in terms of economy, in terms of energy, in terms of political interest.
Rania, I'm coming to you back in a second because I saw you nodding, and I think we have a lot to debate on that in a second. I just wanted to bring in Mike quickly because we talk about these new times of building up corridors. So, can you give us a glimpse of what you see is the new era of corridors, the changing times for the corridors, these new variables that he mentioned out that are maybe not yet visible in the European context, or maybe we still need this alert around us to then see these new variables. So how do you follow this conversation that is just opening up here?
Yeah, I mean, there are certainly these sort of corridors that enable physical trade of goods, but also maybe electrons and molecules. But it's also really about seeing where the next sort of decades of economic growth happening. You mentioned the East,
yeah,
totally valid. But I think also North Africa, and then also the African continent. And I think the MENA region plays an important strategic role also in linking Europe to the developments that we hope to be seeing over the next 2 decades
and
on the
African continent.
Mm-hmm. So that also links very well with the discussion we've been having yesterday on supply, diversifying supply chains, on sovereignty of Europe on certain things, because a lot of the critical minerals that we talk about can be found in Africa. And I hear very strong voices coming out of Africa saying, we're ready to bring them to the market. We're ready also not just to bring them to China for processing there, but also to diversify these routes. But we want to have a bigger share of the economic value chain. And I think sitting down in multilateral, plurilateral fora to discuss how these new types of investment opportunities in these emerging economies, but also their contribution to the global supply chains, how that can be negotiated in a less disruptive way that we currently see in many places happening.
Yeah, Rania, that brings me exactly to the place where Egypt is standing, in the middle, of course, as we were just mentioning, as a link that we need between the African continent, we as a European need. I mean, talking from a Eurocentric perspective, I know I saw your face. So how do you see then the possibility for leverage to not just host a corridor, but really to be in ownership, to really be in co-designing these corridors, coming from an Egyptian perspective? It's very powerful, what I hear.
A few points I'd like to make. First, this whole debate about multilateralism being dead and international cooperation is not happening. I think we should not generalize. Mm-hmm. We should be very granular. We should be very specific. We should look for the examples that have worked and try and push them more. Because this defeatist feeling of everything is dead and it's not going to work, I think that actually doesn't do us justice on what worked. And also, as my co-panelist very rightly mentioned, this is a moment in time. It's not a static and frozen moment. Things change. There's no eventuality. Things change. Tomorrow is another day. The MSC this year is very different than last year. The narrative is, moving in different directions. So I think that we should try as practitioners, whether those who are on the private sector, those who are in IFIs, those who are in different alliances, coalitions, really try to push the examples that have worked. And what do we mean by worked? Worked in the sense that multi-stakeholder, agencies have been able to deliver in terms of investments, deliver in terms of projects which make sense, projects which have created reliance and interdependence. Today, when you look at the IFIs, everybody's talking about mutual reliance. What does that mean? It means that they want to create a bigger impact in the countries. Bigger impact in the countries despite the shareholders may not be paying as much as we expect. But nonetheless, everyone is talking about money now not going to sovereigns, but actually going to the private sector. So IRENA has a role. EU has the network of companies. When you talk about the minerals, you talk about manufacturing in countries, you talk about countries that have interlinkages. Where is the comparative advantage of everyone? Let's try and push that up and make sure that the financing, that the policy dialogue, that the international cooperation that fosters this makes sense, and more importantly, is transparently communicated. Because if we keep on saying this is dead, this is dead, this is dead, we won't have the pathways or the corridors to actually push the future. So this is a moment in time. It's not the end of the world. It's actually a beginning of something that is being shaped up. But for that to be shaped up in a way where we all cooperate, I think you say you don't like the Global South. Let's talk
about the term of the global. I love the global.
Let's talk about emerging economies that have aspirations, and at the same time have a voice on the table. Let's increase their agency. Let's make sure that the voice is heard, and not just voice in terms of voting, voice in terms of showing what has worked. They have done so much in terms of doing their policies. They have done so much in terms of designing their projects, so much in terms of, creating the financing. In the case of Egypt, for instance, in the renewable space, the concessional finance that has gone to the private sector in 3 years is more than $6 billion. And here when we talk about concessional finance, you're talking about investment guarantees. You're talking about, being part of the equity, not just loans. So there are so many good examples, and you need to generalize those good examples rather than generalize the rhetoric of international cooperation does not work. So that to me is very, very important, because we need the energy, not the energy transition, but the energy as policymakers, everyone in their, and everybody is a policymaker. You don't have to be in government to be a policymaker. Being in the private sector, being in an NGO, being in a foundation, each person in their spot is a policymaker. So you need to have that optimism of things that work. Make a fuss about this and say, let's scale that, let's push it forward. Let's show countries, private sector, how they work. How did this work despite a very tough situation? By the way, for emerging economies, it's always been tough. It's never been easy. There's a shock after a shock after a shock. It's always been tough. You have a big population, you have shocks internal, domestic, you have shocks from the outside. So it's always been tough. So things have worked. They have worked in a positive way to a large extent. How can we scale that? How can we show it? How can we say that we need to do more of that?
Narendra, turning to you, because thank you very much for all these insights, Rania. But you mentioned transparency as a very key pillar that I've heard. Do you miss that in our debates about corridors? This variable of transparency? Would you rather have that more on these conversational agendas, or is that something else in your mind that we need?
Well, we have to be. You see, transparency is there, but we can't take transparency in the absolute term. There is no such thing in the real world. So we got to understand that so far, for instance, we have seen political stability in the world thanks to the fact that it was a unipolar world. America was the big policeman, and they would basically will go interfere and do whatever they want, keeping United Nations out of the system. These are the real things. I'm an optimist, but at the same time, I'm pragmatic. I understand how the world functions. The fact is, as we meet here in Munich, this morning, the fact is that, unipolar world dictated by the US is fast going to be history, and multipolar world is emerging. And what is this multipolar world? Basically, what the US was the last 30 years, we are going to say many USs now, in the sense, US will stay, then you will have Brussels. Brussels is going to emerge, Europe is going to emerge a big power, probably the second largest economy, not China, but the European Union is going to be the second largest economy. Actually, it already is, if you look at the numbers very carefully. Then Beijing is going to be a new United States in the sense that, a big pole, in its own right. New Delhi, some of you may have doubts, New Delhi in 20 years is going to be a big, big pole. And they would like to create their own sphere of influence. And you may not like to hear this, but Moscow will come out and emerge as a big pole. So you're going to have this big pole, Washington, D.C., Brussels, Moscow, Beijing, and New Delhi. Now, do we expect that all these big poles are going to behave like Jesus Christ? No. No, that's not going to happen. We'll have to basically, they're going to look after their interests first. They're going to create their own spheres of, influence, and then there are going to be conflicts like what we saw in the 17th century, 18th century, and the 16th century, when Europe they were all powers from Europe, but they were fighting elsewhere in Asia, Latin America, and Africa. Look, we have to be realistic. Now, that's said at the same time, what do we need? We need a global governance, which is based on truth, which is based on justice, which will be based on equality. Can we create it? We tried that last 70 years, since the Second World War ended. And what happened was, Western Europe and America, Atlantic, they basically moved into the cockpit. They didn't allow any other country to move in. Let me give you an example of Security Council. Have you heard of Security Council, by the way? You have. Now, who are the members of the Security Council? America. 3 countries from Europe. 3. France, Britain, and Russia. And then you've got another country in the East. Now, the question is that out of 5 permanent members, 4 are in the Western Hemisphere. Is that, do you call it global governance? Do you call it justice? No. Now, in such a system, we are building corridors. So corridors are going to happen, as I said, but at the same time, these corridors are basically going to be the corridors which are going to survive, which will basically make, kind of serve the interest of these 5 big poles which are emerging. That's the real picture. But if you want me to write fiction, I can write a beautiful story. I love writing fiction.
I would love. Wow, do we have time? Yes, you don't have any other plans, right? We have another 2-hour conversation with you about that, because that's a completely different topic. But really, I mean, you mentioned it. We are shaping corridors in very different ways, in very different moments of doing policy work, right? Before I open up the floor to you, do we have anyone with a bold question? Anyone with a headache? That is also, of course, focusing on your work. You have a question. I see that in your face. Absolutely. Biggest smile ever. Can we have a microphone, please? Yeah. And then, thank you. What is your question? And then, of course, we are...
Walpurga Hemmetsberger, CEO of Solar Power Europe. I would like to come back to your strong recommendation to Europe to get back to manufacturing and be a strong power again. Now, my question is to the European Commission. How are you building that in, exporting made in Europe to all the great partnerships that you're shaping?
I answer, or?
Henrik, yes, please.
Okay,
absolutely. We take it from here. Thank you.
Can I say one thing about multilateralism, nevertheless, and I agree with Rania there. I don't think we should give up on it already, just like now, because, and I totally agree, it's been shaped 70 years ago and is maybe a little bit out of shape in terms of what it does. But we also do have doubts that by just reinventing it, like with the Board of Peace, for example, that it necessarily brings us forward. And I think we have to keep our focus on what are the interests of the different parts and how do we bring them together. And there your question on how to bring back manufacturing to Europe, or for that matter, bring back manufacturing to the US, which we're kind of watching with interest to see to what degree that will work. I think it comes back to how do you want to shape your future? Do you basically just want to have a good life? Or do you want to make sure that you are independent enough in the areas where it counts? And I think not all areas are the ones, for Europe at least, where you have to be totally independent. We will be always dependent on import of certain rare earths or other inputs. But to preserve the cutting edge in terms of research, preserve the cutting edge in terms of manufacturing we already have, this is going to be the first important thing to be done. And then preserve also the big industries that are there. Although we have been partially been using the fact that the Middle East and North Africa is very close by expanding automotive industry into Morocco, into Egypt. But the bulk needs to be there. But that also means it needs to go with the times. And that is maybe one last point from my side. We also have to keep our eyes on the ball. There is a bit of a tendency currently to say, okay, let's get into renewables. No, now energy prices are too high.
You mean
maybe
that panic mode that we are constantly in?
Let's get back to gas works or to coal. I think we have to keep our eyes on the ball that overall, also for climate, which nobody mentions anymore, but for climate change reasons, we need to get into renewables and stay into renewables, and therefore the policies we have been doing will be important also for the foreseeable future.
I see a big no here, right?
I just quickly, if I may add to what you said,
thank you,
look, I think Europe has to become a little bit more realistic. Like this chant of renewable. Renewable has become a religion in Europe. Please. The moment you basically put anything in the bracket of religion means you can't question it. You can't have a conversation on that. You can't have a debate on that. That's unhealthy. So Europe basically has to get back to manufacturing. It's in the interest of the whole world that Europe gets back to the reality, in the sense into manufacturing. 30 years ago, when I went to market in Delhi, I could buy television sets made in Germany, not anymore. Germany is the economic motor of Europe. So it has to start from Germany. Soil your hand, soil your feet, get into manufacturing, manufacture everything from soap to spacecraft. That's how the Europe is going to change. You see, let me tell you one thing. If Europe doesn't come out of it, renewable is good, but if you need to use oil, use oil. If you need to use coal, but do whatever necessary. Boost your economy, be self-sufficient, don't outsource anything to any country, including the United States. You outsource security to the US, energy to Russia, manufacturing to China. Is that the way to live in the modern world? This is not an idealist world. To start from Germany, and Germany should go back to what Germany used to be.
Would you like to comment on that, Henrique? I mean, we're coming now into a policy debate.
I'm not representing the German government. I mean, renewables.
But the European climate goals, you have them.
I mean, the
climate.
I think this is going to be, although it has been moved out a little bit out of the discussion, that will have a huge impact, including on Europe. And I think we shouldn't lose the focus on this. I mean, let me give you one example, but don't quote me on that. If you look at the German automotive industry, which is very much pushing back now on the ending of fuel-powered cars and e-mobility. Okay, this will buy the German the German car industry maybe another 10 years, but everybody, including India, is going into e-mobility. China, e-mobility, Middle East, North Africa, e-mobility. So the future is there, and that's where we have to keep the eyes on the ball and investing. Mm-hmm. But, I mean, I'd be the first one to agree that Europe has to get back to manufacturing, but we also have to look at labor costs. It's easier said than done if you've moved out of it for the last 30 years, which has worked beautifully for Europe, but works less now.
But we are talking, of course, about long distances and times. Mike, you raised your hand. What would you like to comment on?
I actually wanted to take issue a little bit with Narendra on the subject of, you called renewables a religion, and I think there is a very strong rational economic argument for renewables. I mean, all what we analyze at the moment is that the investment trends are very clear towards renewables, and also the cost trends are very clear, favoring renewables. That's what our analysis clearly shows. So beyond religion belief, it's just an economic reality that we find the sort of cheapest also system solutions, not just generation costs, but system solutions long-term will be renewables based. We are pretty convinced.
Just one line.
One comment, because
I want to add, because you called for global justice, and having the discussion about climate change and coal with our members from the SITs tells us a very different story. We have to be aware of the impacts of climate change and the impact coal has on the climate, and our SITs membership has a very, very different view on that, in terms of justice and what it means globally.
This is the art.
Just one line. You see, I'm all for renewables. Renewables, absolutely. But as I said, when I said don't make it a religion, means you can't have a conversation on that. What I'm saying is that in an economy like India or economies like Egypt or in Africa, what is important is that eradicate energy poverty. If for next 20 years you need to use all sources of energy, please do that. Ultimate goal is basically renewable energy, that's nuclear and solar. But the journey for some countries is going to be 5 years, for some 10 years, and some 20 years. So please allow that. That's what I mean.
No. Okay. I mean, I would totally agree on that. I mean, this is a long-term planning. You can't just switch from one into the next. But you have to keep the eyes on the ball that you want to get to the renewable part, because that's what you'll have to do eventually.
I love these conversations because in the end we figured out we are going into the right direction, into the same direction. It's just different speeds, right? Different priorities, but also ownership. What I've heard today, and I'm so delighted to have you on the panel. I haven't overseen anyone with a question. I hope not, but nevertheless, the coffee is ready. We have another coffee break coming up, and I know you are tight on your schedule. Thank you so much for coming that early here to the Energy Security Hub, and thank you to Narendra Taneja, Rani Almashad, Henrique Trautmann, and Mike Enskart. Thank you very much. Lovely to have you. Thank you. Merci. welcome back, and thanks for being here and following us in our conversation, and not just the speech of Rubio right now on your devices. I know it's a hard competition, right? So again, thank you very much for being here at the Energy Security Hub now with the topic of the leapfrog imperative, where we're diving into, of course, what's needed when we talk about leapfrogging, securing the West's next-gen tech advantage really going forward. And this panel, I'd like to mention, is, of course, in cooperation with Eurasia Group. And when we talk about technological innovation, both cutting-edge technologies, everything is allowing, of course, the countries to insulate against the risk of disruption. And in the end, of course, we need the future of energy, which is depending on the forthcoming generation of energy innovations, not just necessarily relying on existing supply chains, but really going forward. So the keyword, as I mentioned here, is leapfrogging. Yeah, we'd like to dive into what's needed when it comes to cutting-edge innovations and blue hydrogen, carbon capture, but also biotechnology. What do we need to bring down the risk? And in the end, it's the question on how to bypass the old tech for the win on the next generation. We know that a lot from the emerging markets, but let's also have a look into the Western market. So just to give you a broad idea where we are diving into. Again, I look into all your faces, and this is the kind invitation for your questions later on as well, because I know you are all experts. We had already 2 rich days here, so please feel invited to also ask your question. I have a wonderful panel here. With me is the Vice Chair of the National Security Commission on Emerging Biotechnology, short NSCEB. She's also the Vice President of Technical Capabilities in QTEL. Just for all of us, NSCEB reviews how emerging biotechnology affects the US Department of Defense activities and matters of national security. So please give her a big round of applause. Michelle Rosso!
Thank you.
Great to have you, Michelle.
Really
welcome here. And of course, to the left-hand side, we have the Vice Chair of the Eurasia Group, former Principal Secretary to the Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. Gerald Butts is with us. I'd like to kick off our conversation with the trap that we so often look to, with this invented here but made there trap. So just to kick off, of course, our conversation, as we are currently in a dynamic where the West funds a lot of innovation, but then, of course, other nations, they build the factories, they do the manufacturing, they do the production. So to both of you, are the US and, of course, Europe unintentionally or unknowingly acting as, I call it the R&D department for other economies? How would you answer that question? Michelle and then Gerald.
Sure. So I think this may have been true 5 years ago, definitely true 10 years ago. I think it's perhaps a misnomer now, though, to say that the West funds innovation and it's scaled elsewhere, particularly if we're talking about China. To say that they're not innovative is not true. China is a very innovative country. And so I think R&D is actually happening all places across the world, and much more diverse than it was previously. And yet our policies from the US and Europe have not yet shifted to recognize that we still operate primarily from a defensive position, as if we are in the lead and we need to just move forward, versus offensive and racing in some cases to catch up in areas. And so that will necessitate a shift in direction and a shift in prioritization and urgency, frankly.
What is your take on the art? Or what would you like to add on?
That if needed.
Yeah, it's a slight inside joke there. Well, I agree with everything Michelle said. I think that people who are listening to Secretary Rubio speak now are probably hearing a very nostalgic view of the world, right? That would have been appropriate from a US government in the 1980s at the very latest. I think so much at Eurasia Group, we spend a lot of time thinking about how technological advancement and the uneven disbursement of it drives geopolitics around the world. And right now you're seeing the Chinese gallop ahead on many of the technologies that will define the material leverage points in the global economy for the rest of the century. And it's not just energy, but the application of new forms of energy as they manifest in electrification throughout the entire stack that covers automobiles, of course. I'm a proud BMW EV driver. It's a car that was made, a German car made from Chinese parts in South Carolina. It's probably going to be a relic of globalization. So as we try and absorb the jobs we feel we've lost in the West, we have to be careful not to lose with it the innovation through the supply chain that created these new products in the first place and allow other jurisdictions to absorb all the good parts and leave us trying to recapture the past.
Is the audio clear? Sorry, just to rebalance. Okay, great, thank you. Gerald,
it's clear to everybody but me. I can't hear it.
Because it's troubling here of listening. But I hope you could understand everything correctly. Gerald, when we talk about being in the lead, you know, there is also we talk about speed, we talk about different races when it comes to the technologies, when it comes to the innovation, and then often we mentioned it earlier. We act like protecting a lead, yes. But is that a realistic image that the West is leading, or is it misleading that image? How would you see that image?
I think it's a mistake to look at things in those terms because it can lead to a whole series of bad policy decisions. If you misidentify, if you take a kind of macro view of the energy transition or biotechnology advancement or any big macro sector and try and assess from a 30,000-foot level, we're losing on AI or we're losing on electrification, it can, or winning, it can create a sense of either panic on the one hand or complacency on the other. And both of those instincts lead to a bunch of bad policies.
And I think also all of these technologies are converging, right,
yes.
on each other. And so it's not just AI or biotech or, you know, quantum. It is all of those together. It's automation, robotics, right? And each of these are feeding into both the R&D and the manufacturing. The entire process of how we innovate, how we scale is being sped up. It's being disruptive. We will see, you know, this change not just in our lifespans, but in the next decade, in the next 5 years, in the next few years, because of the rapid acceleration of these technologies. So thinking of it quite so binary is not useful constructs. We think we have to reimagine how we do technology innovation, how we encourage these ecosystems. It doesn't look like last generation's kind of slow, methodical, individual development when everything is compounding against each other.
But that's interesting what you're saying, getting out of the pillar thinking, right, into combining everything. What is then maybe a recipe for that? Because it sounds, again, very easy when we talk about it, but I can imagine in practice, and of course with your experience, it's really hard to bring everything together in times of automation and in times of AI as well.
It is. It's difficult. It's easy to say, difficult to do, right? And I think it's creating the conditions where that innovation can occur. And so things like innovation hubs, where you bring together scientists of different disciplines and manufacturers to be able to test together and prototype rapidly, figure out what's working, what's not working, create the market conditions that move products forward. The National Security Commission on Emerging Biotechnology released a report that was commissioned by the U.S. Congress to Congress last year that laid out a playbook, if you will, for how the United States government could use the tools at its disposal to make it easier to scale technology than the United States. Things like offtake agreements that would set a floor for a certain commodity at a price that would help to deal with some of the non-market economics that we're seeing, incentives for manufacturing and R&D. So there's a number of ways that governments can get after this, but it really has to be an all-of-nation approach.
What is, from your opinion, and from your expertise, the biggest lever in all these instruments? Or is it maybe not the one silver bullet again?
Yeah, I don't think there is one silver bullet. I think it really has to be all of the above. And looking for one bullet, I think, is a misnomer.
Gerald, Eurasia is also known for the risk report.
Yeah.
When we talk about risks, also when it comes to the to innovation and to technologies going forward, where do you see then the biggest risk of not being right in the race of innovation and technology?
Well, it's, the obvious one is a return to regionalization and erecting trade barriers in some of the most important economies in the world. That's both true in goods and services, but it's also true in the free flow of human beings between jurisdictions. I think in some of the most important research universities in the West are going to be really harmed by, on the one hand, Brexit in the United Kingdom, and on the other, the revanchist approach to immigration that you're seeing from the Trump administration. Places like Caltech, Carnegie Mellon, Stanford, they thrive on students, bright people from all over the world coming to the United States. And we think that that's going to be a huge underappreciated problem in U.S. productivity and I almost said Freudian slip, immigration, innovation going forward. So from a macro perspective, it's the world retreating into regions that are difficult to penetrate from one place to another, from both a people and ideas perspective and a goods and services perspective. And of course, on the other, it's a massive diversion of capital into our pretty, understandable instinct to protect ourselves from one another. But all of that capital is not being spent on solving big problems like climate change or curing diseases.
What would be your recommendation to industry leaders coming out of that risk report? Because, of course, you talk to a lot of policymakers, and we have a lot of policymakers at the MSC, but also we have here a lot of industry leaders. So what would be crucial to de-risk when it comes when it comes to the company level, to the industry level?
It's really sector and firm dependent, depending, it really depends on what you're doing and where you're doing it. But what we say to most of our clients is that scenario planning is strategic planning these days, that we have come through this long kind of golden era where leaders in the private sector around the world have been able to depend on a relatively stable equilibrium from a policy perspective. So it didn't matter whether you were making cars in Germany or South Carolina or Korea, you could count on the same basic set of rules. Important differences, but from the perspective of a multinational corporation or a global investor, you could depend on geopolitics not disrupting your supply chain or factoring into your large-scale long-term investment decisions. Those days are gone, right? They're absolutely gone, and they're not coming back anytime soon. So for the most part, we counsel C-suites and decision makers in large funds to acquire that knowledge, develop new muscles, and factor into your models a variable that you've kind of, the way I put it privately to people is, you used to bring people like us into your board dinners for an interesting conversation, but now you have to factor what we do into your final investment decisions.
Yeah.
And that's a very uncomfortable place to be for people in their 50s or 60s who've never really had to think seriously from a business perspective about the kinds of things that we think about every day for a living.
Michelle, I promise we're going to dive into biotechnology, and now we are here at the point. So let's look into your expertise. Why do we need to talk more about biotech? And maybe, again, everybody talks about biotech, but maybe you can give us a definition of biotech as well. What does it really mean? Because you're at the forefront of it.
I believe Rishi Sunak said last week in an op-ed in the Times that biotech is perhaps the most revolutionary technology of our time, but also the most underappreciated. I think that was well said. Yeah. Most of us think about biotech and we think about the enormous potential for health and medicine, and all of our lives have been impacted positively by the developments in biotech in our lifetimes for our health and well-being. But of course, the applications of biotech spans far beyond that. Biotechnology is not new, right? We've been using it for hundreds of years, thousands even. At its base level, it's using biology to make products for us. But we used to be limited by things that biology made naturally. So we're here in Germany, think about products of fermentation, brewing beer, right? Taking a yeast organism that naturally converts sugar into alcohol and just capturing it and having it do it at large scale. Now, with advances in engineering tools like CRISPR, which you may have heard of, along with AI and automation, we can now engineer that yeast organism and many others so they take in that same sugar, but the output is very diverse. Chemicals, materials, textiles, plastics, estimates are that 60% of the inputs to our economy could be remade using biomanufacturing. So things that are today not produced biologically could be made biologically, and this opens up a number of potentials for distributed local manufacturing, for taking starting inputs of agriculture grown in places all over the world as the input to biomanufacturing. Or as a farmer in California said to me a few weeks ago, making more crop out of our crop. Really attractive potential here that we're not fully grasping and realizing. And so this is something we need to invest in and make reality.
And Michelle, can you give us an example where biotechnology comes into energy security and into resilience and building up grid resilience? How important is then biotechnology for this topic here when we talk about the energy security?
Right. And so one of those applications for biotech is novel forms of energy. Right. We're all familiar with biology being used to make ethanol, kind of first generation biofuels, but then you can think of second generation cellulosic biofuels, also using synthetic biology, these sort of engineering techniques that I mentioned to create high energy density fuels, as well as replacements for petrochemicals. So as we move away from fossil fuels, again, over our lifetimes, having novel sources of liquid fuels, but also the other commodities that are made from fossil fuels, chemicals, materials, textiles. Biology offers us ways of producing those and producing those locally. So it is an important factor as we think about energy diversification and production, at diverse parts around the globe, and it needs to be considered as part of a suite of solutions in that vein.
Gerald, of course, again, the topic of leapfrogging, leaving the old tech behind, and of course, bringing in these new technologies to leapfrog. How far are we away from these possibilities? What is your take on that?
Oh, I'm very optimistic about these possibilities. I think that we're just at the beginning of a very rapid innovation cycle in energy. And not to pick on the last panel, but I was on my way in getting mic'd up, and I heard the last speaker say that renewables have become a religion, and it's therefore difficult to talk about. The thing about climate change, and I regret, as many I'm sure do, that it's not as high on the priority list for governments these days. You can count on it coming back, because climate change isn't a political issue like other political issues. It's an issue of physics and chemistry, right? And, about 100 years ago, most of the math we need to solve the problem was discovered within 500 square kilometers of where we're sitting right now. And it's been a long, slow translation process of taking that advanced physics and mathematics and applying it to the production of energy. And we are just unlocking the possibilities there. So I'm super optimistic that by the time my kids are my age and they're teenagers now, they will look back on the fossil fuel era as a chapter in history, not as their future. And the real geopolitical risk we have in the West is, again, that nostalgia I was talking about, that we want to prolong this era as long as possible rather than seize the possibilities of the science that we invented.
But that's interesting because sometimes we get stuck into these nostalgic discussions and debates, looking back and having memories of the past because we don't have yet a vision of the future. So from a psychological perspective, I would be interested in really tackling then these conversations when you've heard what we've just debated earlier at the breakfast session. So how do you conquer then these voices? They are everywhere in a global perspective, on global stages, not just in a local context, not just with the Made in Europe stamp on it. They are everywhere. So it's really a constant fear of the future as I take it.
Oh, absolutely. I think Munich's a great place to be talking about this. The politics of nostalgia are very, very, very dangerous, right?
And they are rising when we these nostalgic debates, or do you see that differently?
Well, I think it's easy to take a look at what's going on in the United States, and I should have self-identified as a Canadian off the top, but it's easy to take a look at what's happening in the United States if you are inclined to be optimistic about progress and say that, wow, I'm a fool for thinking that progress is possible. But, the United States is important, but it's not the whole world. And if you spend a lot of time, in particular in places like Southeast Asia, you see a whole group, the mass of humanity that is embracing the future and that is excited about building a better future for themselves and their country. So much of what we're living through is, 80% of the world's population is tired of living by rules dictated by 20% of the world's population. I use this analogy all the time. When I was born a million years ago in the summer of 1971, there were 3.8 billion people on Earth, right? And my kids are both core Gen Z members. I've got one 19-year-old and one 18-year-old. And there are 3.5 billion people in their generation, right? 90% of whom were born in emerging markets. And I think about how culturally their lives, their childhood and their teen years were very Asian, right? From TikTok to K-pop to anime to all of the things that they associate with and ascribe to. This is a very different world than the world that we grew up in, folks. And just because it's different doesn't make it bad.
I want just to add another psychological dimension to this, in addition to nostalgia, is trust.
Yes.
And, I'm a scientist by training and thinking of sort of the backlash after the pandemic with respect to science and innovation, I can say, as a scientist, I think we haven't done enough to communicate and bring science to the general public and make it accessible. And that leads to a lack of trust. But I'm an optimist by nature, and I think one positive aspect of the rapid innovation we're seeing and sort of the diffusion of technology is that it's accessible in more locations and more places. And as part of the after release of this commission report, I've been able to travel across various states in the United States and visit communities from Utah to Texas to Oklahoma, California. These are states all over the United States with very different makeups of people and expertise. And there's so much science and innovation happening across these local communities, so much potential and excitement, real excitement for new jobs, new opportunities, and it is just continuing to accelerate that development across the country and put those policies in place that encourage that sort of diffusion of technology.
But I just want to pinpoint again what you mentioned, the 2025 report of the Commission with the 3-year window for the US to secure leadership in biotechnology. And I read it's by running faster. And I'd like to understand what of course, the US means by running faster. Is it what you just mentioned, going rather locally, going rather into local scientific contexts and just going globally? Or how do I have to understand it of this running faster when it comes to the US example?
Yeah, so I think there's a technological aspect to it. We need to increase the rate of scientific advancement. We've proposed some grand challenges, some big national efforts to accelerate the rate of science across the country. But it's not just a technological issue, it's also a market issue. And when we go back to some of the potentials of biotech we were talking about earlier for industrial applications, chemicals, materials, in many cases, these commodities are competing against very abundant incumbents that have a low price point. And so there's not a pure market reason to go for some of these solutions. While there may be a strategic reason or a geopolitical reason or even a climate reason, the market alone is not going to solve for all of these applications. And so if there is strategic reasons to diversify supply chains, to provide novel sources of production that leads to supply chain resiliency, setting the price point for some of these means of production to create incentives for alternative routes is something that we lay out in a path forward.
But again, zooming into this private sector innovation, which needs to get scaled up, how do we do it? Because, of course, there's a scientific innovation, but where do you see then the private sector innovation? Where does it come in and where is it probably stuck right now?
Yeah, I think that it relates to what I was just describing because the private sector has the technology they need in many cases to be able to scale, biomanufacturing means of production of a chemical that could be used to create plastic, for example, in a state in America or here in Germany. But the market alone is not going to bear that out because there is an alternative supply of that product that is cheap and abundant. And so if there is a strategic reason, and I think there is, to diversify that supply chain and create alternate means of production, then there needs to be government intervention to create the cost paradigm that makes that possible. And so that could be through market offtake agreements, that could be through incentives for manufacturing, supporting the creation of novel sorts of manufacturing facilities and industries, taking that away from just the needs of venture markets to support that, or PE firms. If the government cost shares the finance of some of those facilities, it just smooths the hurdles to getting these technologies into full-scale production.
Gerald, I'd like to have your additional thoughts on that, because it brings us back to the beginning where we were debating also on bringing the pillars together, right? And this really brings us into the big topic of partnerships, collaborations, which are not just buzzwords, but really they need to be shaped and tangled. So what is your take on that? Where do you see the to-dos, but also big headaches that you're actually also listening to in your conversations with many leaders?
Yeah, well, I think Michelle's counsel is really, really right here, that I often say there's never been any such thing as an unsubsidized electron created anywhere in the world. And the reason we have these energy systems is because public policy determined the way they would be structured and delivered. And they are apparently unmovable because of how solid that policy was over a long period of time. And anytime you create a public policy, you create a whole group of stakeholders whose interest it is to keep that policy in place, right? So I often say that the most underappreciated force in the universe, and it includes politics, is inertia. And it's very difficult, to get back to Michelle's point about leapfrogging, it's very difficult to simultaneously maintain an existing system while you build
a completely new one, or
exactly.
Yeah.
And the reason that China has electrified so quickly is because they didn't have all these incumbent pressures. But we shouldn't think that that's a non-market response to their energy problems. Solar is taking over the world because it's cheap, right? And because it creates an energy system where you don't have to dig up your any energy carrier and transport it thousands of kilometers around the world, and you're therefore geopolitically dependent upon a region that's not yours, right? So when you think about the geopolitics, the cost, the relatively straightforward technology, now that we've solved all of the major physics problems, solar's going to take over the world this century. And the countries that are lagging behind in that are going to have a very difficult time by the 2050s. Maintaining their competitive position in the global economy.
You're observing different power areas, so to say, the West, the East, the South, the North. So can you give us a glimpse on how do you see the leapfrogging power of the European market? Where do we stand? Because, of course, we hear so many different voices about the European powerhouse. Where do you see the leapfrogging powerhouse Europe?
I think my main message to the Europeans in the audience is turn your frown upside down, guys. You have a lot of assets to deploy here. You just have a difficult time deploying them, which tells me that there's a process problem in Europe more than a content problem. And I think that's a huge challenge, and I don't mean to appreciate it. But when you look around the world, strong public institutions, rule of law, 400 million people, relatively rich, lots of great institutions of higher learning, you still do trade and want to do more of it, which kind of singles Europe out. Europe has a lot going for it.
But why are we not leapfrogging it?
Well, because of the same nostalgia that's infecting the United States, in my view. I think that Europe is under siege from the West and the East, but that doesn't mean it's not resilient enough to overcome those problems. I remember being at this conference in 2022, days before Putin invaded Ukraine, and the big open question was, would Europe hang together in the face of Russian aggression in Ukraine? And I think the answer that so far, knock on wood, so far the European response has been much more cohesive than even the most optimistic prognosticators would have predicted at the time. So, there's a lot to be excited about that's going on in Europe, and I think that the opportunities are, they dwarf the problems.
Looking at from a transatlantic perspective, Michel, how do you look at the European powerhouse when it comes to leapfrogging, when it comes to innovation, when it comes to biotech? Looking across the Atlantic, how do you see and perceive Europe in that regard?
Yeah, so as part of our commission work, we traveled extensively internationally to visit Europe, well as Asia, and universities, manufacturing facilities, small businesses, to see the innovation that occurred all over the world. And in biotech, it is really global. There is biotech innovation occurring everywhere, including in Europe.
In the same intensity, or do you have some hubs?
Yeah, there are definitely hubs. There's definitely hubs. And biotech is big, right? It's not there's biotech for health, biotech for agriculture, biotech, for energy, as we've been discussing, for industry. And there are pockets of expertise across the world. But some of the best labs exist in Europe, some of the best scale-up facilities. One of the examples that we visited is in Belgium, in Ghent, which is a massive full-scale production next to a steel plant where a manufacturing facility is taking the off gas and converting it into ethanol right next to that facility, and then creating, again, this sort of value add out of a waste product. And because of the policies in Europe that created a carbon tax that made that economically viable, they were able to get to full scale, right, in a way that the other economies have struggled to do. So that is an opportunity, I think, and it shows this technology in action at full scale, and there's room to expand in that vein across Europe, and make, again, more similar to making more crop out of your crop, making more economic opportunity out of waste products.
And seeing that room of possibility, what are you doing then to fill that room? Where do you see your responsibility as well?
The United States.
Yeah. Speak for the
yeah. So I'm not. I don't represent the U.S. government. I advise U.S. Congress. But one of the things that we suggested is, as market democracies, when we're talking about pooling together, we create a much bigger market, right? And so when we think about things like that offtake agreement example that I mentioned earlier, where there are products that we all depend on together, pooling that and creating that sort of, again, market democracy forces, we create a much bigger incentive for companies to move and to scale production into things that are strategically important.
Thank you very much. I think I open up the floor now for your questions. If you have any questions. Yes, absolutely. First row, Reinhard Hödl. Please, we are very curious on your question, and let's go.
I had the pleasure to start the first bioeconomy council, worldwide actually, in Germany. And one of our big advantages, what you mentioned, was CRISPR-Cas by Emmanuel Charpentier and a colleague from the US, developed here in the Max Planck Institute in Berlin. And we have stopped this. Why? Because we are not able for deployment. So grüne Gentechnik, green genetic technology is banned by the EU. There was just a re-ban, but this has not been active in Germany. So your point of deployment, I mentioned this yesterday with transfer. How can we get our knowledge into reality, into products, into whatever? And now my somewhat positive situation is when you wanted to become a professor in Germany on a relevant position, you had to be in the US. Stanford, Harvard, Princeton, Yale, Berkeley, you name it. This is gone.
Yes.
You wouldn't write it in your CV with big letters anymore. Mm-hmm. And that is the chance for Europe. Mm-hmm. It goes very fast. So I completely agree with the biotechnology and the invention, particularly for some aspects also in India. You mentioned we have 400, 500 million people in Europe.
Yep.
Between the last 25 years, humanity has grown by 2 billion. This is 4 times Europe within 25 years. So talking about biotechnology and microorganisms in our soils, this is a tremendous potential. So we are just starting to work on this. The microbiome in the soils and the microbiome in the food and in our stomach and in our brains.
Just
so we have the right ideas, we just have to deploy it. Despite energy question, we have not even been able to solve synthetic photosynthesis. So any green grass are better than we. Thank you.
Is there still a question, or that was rather a comment, right? I see that. Well, we have chairs.
I just wanted to have these 2 points.
Underline it.
And give the idea to you how fast things can change.
Oh my goodness.
Oh yeah. Yes. Probably when we talk in 6 months' time, we will have a different debate, right? And then we come to your question.
I was just going to say that I think the difficulty for biotechnology is that because it is not new, we have existing regulations that have been around, for 75 years. And we face this in the United States as well. The Commission made a number of recommendations around streamlining the regulatory frameworks for biotechnology, modernizing them, making sure they keep pace with technology development.
Yeah. Quick comment, and then we have one more question. So happy to have you here. Thank you. Gerald.
I feel compelled to make a pitch for great universities like McGill and the University of Toronto and UBC that are not in the
Canada. Here we go.
But as a proud McGill grad, I will... but I think the point you're making, and it's a really important one, because one of the things nostalgia robs from you is your ability to understand your own history, right? All of the science that went into the Manhattan Project that won the Second World War, at least in the Pacific, was invented 1,000 square kilometers from here, right? Whether it's quantum mechanics in Copenhagen, all of the advancements related to relativity within 200 square kilometers of here. And then the reason Caltech and Stanford and Berkeley became factories of invention in physics was because of that knowledge transfer that geopolitics forced to be sent across the Atlantic in the other direction. So what would Europe look like had that ever happened, right?
We have another question. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks so much. There's a word in the title of this session. It has the West. It did not come up at all. Are we a little bit nostalgic about the West?
Definitely. Short answer.
Is there another word?
I'm not even sure people have a coherent definition of what the West is anymore.
What is your definition, the current one, when you
I think it's
work
historical.
across the globe?
My definition is historical. I think it's a solidified category that kind of became a very unstable molecule in the aftermath of the Cold War. That the West should be understood as existing in any understandable form between 1946 and 1989. And then it started to dissolve.
Michelle, how do you look at the West, at the term of the West? Do you have a new definition, or?
I just think, as we said earlier, sort of the way that technology and innovation is moving, the boundaries between, from a technological perspective, are dissolving, and so we're really going to shift, how we're seeing the world in the next.
So much
years.
shifting and shaping, and when we have this conversation in 6 weeks, 6 months time, 6 years time, we have a complete different conversation. Okay, because I do see our next panelists already on stage. One last question: what is one specific technology which you believe in and which will secure the West, an advantage in future energy security by 2040? One and one. Hard top.
I think it's not one technology. I think it's actually the way that we do science. We're moving towards AI, automation, robotics, these self-driving labs. The pace of how we invent things are going to rapidly change, and potentially what we can even invent. So that would be where I would put the chips, if you will.
The chips in, Cheryl?
I agree 100%. I agree.
Perfect. All hands on deck. Thank you very much. This is your round of applause. Michelle Rosso, Gerald Butts, thank you very much.
That's fabulous.
What a pleasure to have you. Thank you. Thank you so much. And with that, we conclude our leapfrog debate. And I'm very much looking forward to you, Ali, and to your panel.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Great discussions that we've had already this morning. And I urge you to remain seated because this session couldn't be more pertinent, couldn't be more timely, ladies and gentlemen. We're talking about Northern Lights on energy security in a new era for the Arctic. And let's be honest, in previous years and editions of the Munich Security Conference, the Arctic probably was not primarily on our minds as a security concern and issue, but it certainly has become one. And it is no longer just a remote frontier. It is a central arena for 21st century energy security. And that is why I'm so delighted that we have three outstanding speakers who will shed light on this very timely and pertinent issue of energy security in the Arctic and how it pertains and affects us here in Europe as well, ladies and gentlemen. Before I call upon my panelists and engage in what will hopefully be an insightful discussion, we're going to kick off this panel with an opening inputs. And for that, I'm extremely delighted to welcome on stage the CEO of the ONS Foundation. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Leif Johan Svenland.
Dear all, it's fantastic to be back in Munich and to be at the BMW Pavilion. And the ONS Foundation is a proud partner together with the BMW Foundation, have an excellent cooperation, and we so much look forward to the future. But then we should talk about the Arctic, which I would like to say is probably the most beautiful place on Earth. Just fantastic. And maybe we should say a few words about the beauty of the Arctic first, because we normally speak about problems when it's the Arctic. But see about the ice, the life, the people, the nature is just marvelous. My wife and me, we actually went to the Arctic last summer, and it was marvelous. We went to Iceland. We have the former president of Iceland sitting here. We went to his hometown. It was windy. It was rainy. We lost the umbrella, and we found the umbrella again at Greenland, where we met so many great people. And I think when we have this discussion about Greenland, should it be a part of that? Should it be a part of that? It's an independent nation with great and proud people. And I think that's extremely important to remember when we start the conversation about the future of the Arctic. And then we know there is a fast-growing importance of the Arctic. And there's a new battle going on, actually. And we remember the great explorers when they discovered the North Pole, when they were going on ski over Greenland, etc., etc. It's another kind of battle this time. The climate is fast changing, much faster than we actually would like to see. The world could be hit by a tragedy if we don't take action. What's happening is also immediately involved in the Arctic, more accessible, and we also then, of course, see opportunities, its challenges, and its threats. The Arctic has an extremely important location. Huge natural resources. I think we could say to the Minister of Defense of Norway that Norway is also a part of the Arctic in this perspective. Without the gas reserves from the Norwegian continental shelf, I think most of the countries in Europe would struggle with their energy supply. And there is more undiscovered gas in that part of the world. We also have huge critical minerals, and knowing that when we should make the green shift, we need those minerals. We could find them in China. 65% of those being left is in Africa, and there's a lot of Africa in Arctic as well, we assume, and that makes Arctic of a great importance. What we see is actually that, and I just would like to say, the Arctic region is beautiful. The nature needs to be protected. And that's also a discussion we need to raise, because we need to keep what we have of beauty. And there's not too much left of that kind of nature. So we have a discussion coming up about security, natural resources, and the geography. I look forward to that. And I also, if I may say, is extremely happy to work together with the BMW Foundation, professional organization, great people, and we are so happy to be here. Thank you. Thank you.
Take the seats. This one, please. This one. Thank you so much for kicking off this session in style and promoting the beauty of that region. Beauty is one thing, security, of course, is another. And that's why I'm delighted to be joined by two more outstanding speakers. Ladies and gentlemen, he is the Minister of Defense of Norway. Please welcome Tore Sandvik. Minister, great to have you with us. Please. And last but certainly not least, delighted to welcome the chairman of the Arctic Circle and the former president of Iceland, Olafur Grimsson, ladies and gentlemen. Hello, sir. Leif, let's start the discussion. Let's dive right in. I just want to pick up on a couple of points from your opening input. You've said it's a beautiful area, perhaps the most beautiful, the Arctic. Let's be honest, a couple of years ago, it probably wasn't a front issue here at the Munich Security Conference. Now, of course, it has, due to recent events, become a central arena for 21st century geopolitics, something I'm sure that even you did not anticipate and foresee.
Now, who could actually imagine that that would happen? I think that's also what we are seeing is about actually how countries should work together. And that's also my reason understanding the people living there. You know, this is peaceful people, proud people, being a part of a country, which they say is their country. They've been living there for generations. Normally been a part of Denmark, been a part of Norway before that. But having the proudness, and it's about behaviorness for my sake, how we should work together as nations.
Yeah, absolutely. Minister Sandvik, also for somebody who is a defense person first and foremost, looking at recent geopolitical events and rhetoric, frankly, from the other side of the transatlantic pond, what do you make of it?
Well, first of all, Norwegian position is firm, and we stand fully behind the Kingdom of Denmark. But we are also now happy that this process is where it belongs in conversations between the Kingdom of Denmark, the Greenlanders and US within the NATO framework. And for Norway, the issue of the Arctic and the focus on the Arctic is not new, it's not the recent events that makes that important to Norway. For Norway, the Arctic has been hot for a long time. And it's getting hotter in many ways. The polar ice is melting, so we can see more of the strategic competition in the Arctic. The biggest nuclear arsenal in the world is in the Arctic. It's on the Kola Peninsula, close to the Norwegian border. And for us, that's real. But they're not mainly pointing at Norway. They're pointing across the North Pole towards Toronto, Chicago, Los Angeles, New York, Washington, and of course, if all the capacities at the Kola Peninsula, which the Russians are modernizing, I've been modernizing for a while, if those submarines are getting out into deep waters where we cannot track them, there will be a major threat, and Putin can put pressure on all our main allies, be it the Brits, the Germans, the French, and therefore also for us, for the last decade, we can see that all our biggest allies, including the Americans, they spend more time in our waters together with us, and we are looking after those capabilities at the Kola Peninsula for them, and they're watching after us because we protect them by doing so 24/7, all year round. So for us, this is not new. The new thing is the rest of Europe, the rest of the world is now opening their eyes of what's happening in the Arctic. So that's good for us. And there's broad agreement within NATO that security in the Arctic should have more focus.
Yeah, the region is heating up in more ways than one, geopolitically, but also in terms of climate. We'll talk about this in just a moment and also look at Norway's very preeminent role as a major energy producer and exporter. But let me bring in President Grimson here. President, when Donald Trump spoke in Davos, he kept confusing Greenland with Iceland. How often did your heart stop during that speech?
Well, there's nothing new about Donald Trump confusing things. I mean, that is somehow his way of gaining attention. But we should realize that the significance of the Arctic is not because of Trump. It has been clear for a number of years that the Arctic was moving fast into the center of a new geopolitical, geostrategic, geoeconomic chessboard, where all the major powers of Asia, India, Japan, Korea, China, the major continental countries in Europe, France, Germany, Italy, Poland, want to position themselves in one way or another. It's one of the reasons why we have now every year in Iceland for 3 days 2,500 people from 70 countries coming to the assemblies of the Arctic Circle. But I think it's very important that we realize and admit our ignorance, our lack of knowledge, and that we are in the very early stages of understanding this very large, very complex part of our planet. And I would warn against very seriously jumping to kind of models of trying to explain this by elementary threats, crises, etc., etc. We have to understand the enormous complexities and the elements in this vast territory of the planet. Most people don't realize that if we add all the Arctic up, it's half the size of Africa. It's half the size of Africa. It's a part of our planet which is of continental proportion. Unfortunately, all our languages kind of talk about the Arctic as if it is a region, like Lapland, the Arctic, Quebec, and so on. It is not. It's more like Australia or continental parts. Even Greenland. Greenland is half the size of Europe. Half the size of Europe. And there are people, not just in Greenland, but across the Arctic, who have been there for hundreds and even thousands of years. And quite frankly, the record of some of the Western powers in dealing with this indigenous population is not to be recommended. So we have to realize that even in our historical background, there are problems, which to some extent Trump has been using in order to morally, and I emphasize that, morally justify his Greenland emphasis. But this part of the world is also enormously rich in resources. And let me just very briefly mention the energy aspect. We all know about Alaska, which I increasingly talk about as the American Arctic. Because if you talk about it as Alaska, you put it into the category of California, Texas, Massachusetts, and so on. Yes, of course, it's a state in the Union, but basically it is the American part of the Arctic. And there is the Canadian part of the Arctic, which, quite frankly, is not very much discussed in this whole Greenland emphasis. And we all know the energy richness of Alaska. Greenland is also potentially the largest reservoir of hydropower left in the Western world. Left in the Western world. And the big challenges for Greenland in terms of economic development, yeah, of course, mining and tourism, sure. But the big question is how they can utilize this enormous reservoir of hydropower and follow the example of Norway by using cables to other countries and sell the electricity via Iceland and the Faroe Islands into the European continent. Then, of course, like in my country and others, wind power, geothermal power is huge. But then we should not forget that Russia is half of the Arctic. The Arctic part of Russia is 7 time zones. 7 time zones. It's more than twice the continental United States. And now that part of Russia, especially the eastern Arctic, has, through its energy riches, especially in gas, becoming the major instrument in creating what I call the Russian-Asian axis in the Arctic through pipelines. The first one was inaugurated in 2019 by President Putin and President Xi, 8,000 kilometers long, bringing gas all the way from Siberia down to Shanghai. And they are now negotiating a second pipeline. The government of India is also discussing getting a similar pipeline from the Siberian part of Russia down to India. And the Prime Minister of Pakistan, Imran Khan, and even in the first months of the Ukraine war, went to Moscow to ask Putin to start discussions on a pipeline to Pakistan. And these pipelines make almost Nord Stream 2 a kindergarten stuff compared to the scale and the influence and the consequences of those. So my major point about energy on the Arctic is, in order to understand the geopolitical complexities and the security complexities of this huge part of the planet, the energy is probably the most advantageous key to understanding what this is all about.
President, I think I speak for all when I say we're very grateful for this extremely comprehensive, intricate and detailed overview of the strategic importance of the region. I think it has shed some light here on what we're really talking about, the vastness and relevance of the issue. Leif, if we're looking at the issue of Greenland once again, it dominated the headline for a brief period of time. It seems to have vanished, at least for the time being, from the headlines. Of course, we have Marco Rubio speaking at the MSC later on here, right across the street. Is the issue, as Mark Rutte, as the NATO Secretary General said at Davos, is the issue now amicably resolved, or has it just been put to the back burner and the discussions and the threat is still ongoing?
I think I would be careful to say anything about that, actually. As Tore had just mentioned, there is a process going on, try to identify opportunities, possibilities between NATO, Denmark, Greenland, and the United States of America. And I hope for sure that that's going to work and it's going to see a solution. But nobody knows what Donald Trump is going to say tomorrow, or today, or the day after tomorrow. So I think we should be careful. I think what Europe should do, we should follow our plan. It's a part of Denmark. It's Greenland is Greenland, and we should actually have that more focus about what happened there. Follow up. I know that NATO and even Norway has sent a few people, have a presence, and then have it on the radar much more, and never relax actually. But what's going to happen, it's impossible to say, but I hope they're going to find, it seems for me that it's kind of a good solution coming on. But I haven't seen yet the natural resources and what that should be, because that belongs to Greenland and the people of Greenland, and not US and Norway and any other places. But also when we told about the Arctic, just Greenland is 1/4 of Australia, 1/4 of Australia. The capital of Greenland, the city of Nuuk, has 17 kilometers of roads. That's Greenland. So we know what we are talking about, actually. It's not about coming in and have a jolly good day, make it easy. It's nature all over. A lot of natural resources, but a huge country.
Mr. Sandvik, picking up on what we just talked about Greenland, about the status quo, do you see the threats of force as initially being proposed and put out by President Trump? Do you think that's off the table? Leif was just saying it's good to have the issue still on our radar and be as alert as possible. As a Minister of Defense, what's your reading of the situation right now?
The use of force is off the table, and it's now in the right track. We are having talks between the Kingdom of Denmark, the Gleners, and US, so that's the right path. And NATO just launched the Arctic Sentry, which puts this into the framework it should be. And as I said, it's a broad agreement within NATO that security in the Arctic is important, and we are making plans for that. In a couple of weeks, we will have 25,000 troops in Norway in an exercise which will be a part of the Arctic Sentry, cold response. There it will be 4,000 troops from the US, 4,000 from France, from 14 different allies within NATO, exercising in how to defend in the Arctic. It will also use the airspace in both, in all of the Nordics, and with land forces also in Finland, because Finland and Sweden becoming members of NATO makes the whole alliance more secure. So I think that's on the right track, and we're focused on what we've always been doing, because in Norway 9% of the population lives in the Arctic, because we have the Gulf Stream, so we live up there. But that makes also this area more tense, because you have the Kola Peninsula, and you have the ice-free harbors of Russia up there. And we know, because when NATO is so powerful, we don't think that Putin will challenge us. He has more than enough what he's doing in Ukraine, and he's not able to defeat Ukraine. Then the hybrid threats will rise. And you know, the Arctic part of NATO is self-sufficient on energy, while the rest of NATO depends on energy imports. The European continent is importing 60% of the primary use of energy, but we produce a lot more than we consume. Canada, US, Norway. So we are also a huge part of European autonomy. So we are, the energy from the Arctic is crucial for the stability and autonomy of Europe. And that's also important, because we also have to look at how to develop, not to develop new dependencies, because we need the energy transition, but we will need the hydrocarbons for decades to come. But we, as Leif mentioned, we are going into a new dependency on China for minerals, for processing of the minerals, and all the things we need for the energy transition, for the digitalization of our societies. So we do have to have strategies not to make new dependencies on people we do not have the security partnerships with.
Yeah, for certain. Once again, stressing the very strategic importance also, and particularly when it comes to energy infrastructure in your country, but in the region as a whole. President Grimson, we've heard from Leif Johan, who, when it came to Greenland, he was saying, who knows what's going to happen? The situation is still unpredictable. It's good to have it on our radar. Whereas the Norwegian defense minister struck a more uplifting, more positive note, saying we are on the right track. Where do you come in on this issue?
Well, maybe, and even hopefully, the minister is right. But unfortunately, I'm not so sure. While Rubio was making his double act on the stage here in Munich Security Council, trying to smooth the Europeans and making them relax, although the boss has disrupted the party big time. The White House, as I read just a few minutes before I came on the stage, published a Valentine's card. Quite frankly, I didn't know the White House publishes a Valentine's card. But in the middle of that heart is a map of Greenland. Crazy. I mean, we don't even have the imagination to visualize what these guys are capable of. To publish a Valentine's card with Greenland in the middle. So, if anybody had been asked in the beginning of last year whether the foreign minister of Denmark and the foreign minister of Greenland would have to go to Washington on an emergency mission to try to stop Trump from taking over Greenland, everybody would have said, oh, come on, I mean, don't be crazy, let's be realistic here. But the fact of the matter is, for the first time perhaps since the Second World War, we have an administration in Washington which is completely unpredictable. I mean, I hate to say it, but that is the reality we have to face. So, I don't think it's off the table. And I think the major reason is, which is not really, I've been attending numerous security roundtables and so on here. There is very little discussion on how the primarily security escalation is in the field of missile technology and in the field of the new space race. And the new space race involves getting energy from space, mining from space, and the interconnectivity that comes with space. And this is so expensive that there are very few players in this new game. US is clearly one, China is one. If Europe gets its act together, it might be also there. Russia, perhaps, I'm not so sure. India wants to be there. And it's quite clear that the combination of the UAE and Saudi Arabia could make the Middle East be there as well. The rest of the world are not part of this game. But the shape of the globe is such that the most advantageous place for ground stations in this new space race is in the Arctic. That's why Svalbard is so important. And one of the reasons why Norway is pulling above its weight in this whole discussion. So, one of the reasons, serious reasons, why Trump wants to get some kind of control over Greenland is this new missile space race. And of course there are negotiations now going on. But I think what the American administration wants, they want more territories in Greenland where they basically can do whatever they want in terms of this new space missile arms race. Or to put it differently, they want sovereign authority over potential military bases. If the Danes and the Greenlanders are prepared to give them that, then of course the issue will be over. But if the Danes and the Greenlanders are not prepared to give them that, Trump might say, okay guys, I mean then you leave me with no option except to take it over. I think unfortunately this is the reality behind all the firework and the statement and the Valentine's cards coming out of the White House.
Well, I think it's a safe bet. None of you got that Valentine's card, did you? Yeah. But thank you, Mr. President, for breaking down the issue really in the smallest detail. Leif Johan, I know you wanted to respond directly to the President.
And if we compare with last year and G.D. Vance speak in Munich, for the moment, I think people feel that Mark Rubio came with red roses today. The tone was different, very different, but read the message and see what he's actually saying. And that's not a huge shift, actually. So today, people are relaxed. Towards Minister of Defense, you could relax a bit, but I wouldn't relax too much, because the President is still in Washington, D.C., sending his Valentine's cards, and still have the same ambitions. So I think we need actually to go on. But I also would like, if I may follow up, when I started to visit the Security Conference in Munich, which is 10, 12 years ago or something like that, the Nord Stream 2 was on the agenda. It was very important. And it was actually the Americans which came and said to Europe that you are naive because you're getting too much gas from one country. Then the Europeans said, you are only here because you are thinking about business and you would like to sell your gas to us. And they say, no, we are thinking about your future. To be honest with all of us, you know, the US was correct and Europe was naive at that time. That story tells us that we should never be too dependent on one either energy source, one nation, with exception of the natural gas from Norway, of course, which is excluded from this. But we should think and we should consider what we are doing in a different way. Right. And we need to build a region, a part of the world, which is actually much more, not as vulnerable as we are today, and able actually to react when it's possible. In that perspective, this has been an eye-opener. So we have the wake-up call and we could move forward. That's extremely important.
Diversification here, obviously, very much the key.
Exactly, whatever it should be, within energy, within regions, whatever it should be.
Yeah, the one-track and one-sided strategy of Europe for many years indeed has backfired. And interesting that you say in the beginning we should not be fooled by the softer tone that Washington may be projecting here in Munich. Let's focus on the substance, not so much the style. But of course, Leif Johan, Mr. Minister, is raising an important point, namely your country has become a pillar, a cornerstone of European energy security, which makes you a very, very relevant player. But of course, your infrastructure then is becoming by nature a target as well by countries that do not have benign intentions towards this continent. As a defense minister, how do you boost, how do you protect that very critical infrastructure in your country?
Let me first say that energy is security. And oil is funding Putin's war in Ukraine. That's why we are going after the shadow fleets. And that's why we have sanctions against buyers of Russian oil. So energy is security. And Putin knows this well. And remember, he shut off Nord Stream first to try to use energy as a threat against Europe. And also remind, Norway is now a very important player for Europe according to energy, and especially natural gas, but also oil. But also US is. Without US and the shale revolution, Europe would have been in a different place after Putin shut off his gas to Europe. A totally different place. So energy is security. And we don't think Putin will try to get on NATO by his forces. But we know that he is mapping critical underwater infrastructure in our waters, at deep waters. We know that his Institute Gugi is mapping that, and they are developing capacities to destroy and sabotage pipelines, internet cables, power cables. And of course, we are following that. And they will not be able to destroy any of our underwater infrastructure without us knowing about it. So we will address it if they do it. So that's a clear message. And we're doing this in close cooperation with our NATO allies. And that's why also our allies spend more time in Norwegian waters, is to track the submarines from Russia, and also to follow when they are mapping our underwater infrastructure. And energy is important, and therefore also it's important to build resilience for the LNG terminals, for the pipelines, for the offshore installations, because this will be a crucial part for Europe and for the whole alliance. So we know what the Russians are doing, and we are following that closely in alliance. And the Arctic Century is also about that.
So a very clear message. Norway is not just alert, but very much equipped and ready to protect itself from attacks in the future. Being very mindful of the time, I want to do a very quick final round, starting with you, President, and then ending with Leif Johan. It's very, very clear, having listened to all of you throughout the past 45 minutes, of the importance of the Arctic region. We should keep having it on our radar. How do we sustain the interest in the region moving forward? You know how fast the news cycle is. Tomorrow is Iran, then it's Venezuela. How do we keep our eye on the ball when it comes to the Arctic?
Well, I think the first priority is, as I said at the beginning, is to acknowledge our ignorance and to acknowledge that we are in the very early stages of realizing the complexities of this. And with all due respect to the Norwegian ministers, it's not as simple as you described in your analysis about the challenges sort of facing Norway. Because, quite frankly, the Nordic countries, even Europe, even NATO, is becoming increasingly irrelevant with the emerging of Asia, and to some extent Africa, in the 21st century global economy. In 20 years' time, 3/4 of the global population will live in Asia and Africa. And what we are seeing since the meeting of the Nordic Council in Kiruna in Sweden in 2013, chaired by Carl Bildt, admitted the Asian states as observer states in the Arctic Council, and everybody thought this was a kind of no consequential decision. We now see a monumental axis between Russia and the leading Asian powers, China and India. Don't forget India. And by the end of this decade, India and China will be two of the three largest economies in the world. And we are already seeing a monumental energy cooperation, mining cooperation between the Russian Arctic and the two leading economies in Asia and two of the three leading economies in the world. And this growing cooperation in energy and mining and shipping lines is going to continue. That is why I have been warning for years now in Washington and other places, but unfortunately there is very little attention on this because we are trained in being NATO-centric, Atlantic-centric, America, Europe-centric, and the Munich Security Conference is a primary example of that. So we have ignored what I call the nightmare scenario. The nightmare scenario for us. That in 5 or 10 or 15 years' time, we will wake up to an unbreakable axis between Russia and the leading economies in Asia. Unbreakable because of the monumental energy and mining and shipping ties, because they cannot continue their economies in Asia without access to the Russian Arctic. So in this whole challenge of dealing with the Arctic, it's not just about Greenland and Trump and the security of Norway and the submarines and so on. It's also about how we break this growing connection between Russia on one hand and the leading Asian countries on the other. And my guess is, if this continues, Japan and Korea, because of their shipping interest, will want at least to be silent partners in this evolution. So to wake people up, those who know Western intellectual history of foreign affairs, I say maybe we should go back to Kissinger and Nixon. Maybe we should now start studying Kissinger and Nixon, how they managed in the 70s to break what we thought was unbreakable coalition between the Soviet Union and China. That is why my main message now is here. Don't let us jump to conclusions. Let's open to a very broad, very honest, no taboos kind of analysis and discussions. How we deal with this enormous part of our planet where Asia is becoming an increasingly important player.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. Indeed, lots of food for thought that you have given us throughout this discussion. Very eye-opening aspects and elements that you have brought in here. Thank you so much. Minister, how do we keep our eye on the ball moving forward when it comes to the Arctic?
Together with Iceland, we established a free trade agreement with India, with Mercosur, so we are hedging. And also, of course, staying in the EEA agreement with Europe. So we're hedging and we're doing this. The most important thing is Europe is now stepping up, taking more responsibility for our own security, because US has given security guarantees also in the Pacific. They have to stand by. And that will change NATO. That will change NATO, because a Europe which is spending 5% of GDP on defense is another Europe. And we will take care of Russia in another way, and US will not be so stretched in giving their security guarantees. So that is one of the main things that are changing. And the most important way to contain Russia is to support Ukraine. The Russian economy is suffering, and they are losing global outreach. They're not having any bases left in Syria. Iran is weakened. They're struggling in Africa. Even though USA has been pulling down, they've not got the connection with Venezuela the way they did. So Russia global outreach is shrinking. And of course, we have to look at what they're doing with China. But they are a vassal under China now. And the Russian economy is falling apart. So therefore, the most important thing is to stand by Ukraine, so Ukraine can have a peace agreement on their terms. And NATO is stronger with Sweden and Finland. Europe is taking more responsibility on security. And still Europe is the world's biggest market, and still NATO is 50% of the world economy. But of course, this is changing, and we have to work on that.
Thank you, Minister. Leif Johan, we started with you. We're going to end with you. Ironically, the upside to this whole Greenland episode is that probably for the first time in a long time, the global attention is now in and on the region. How do we sustain that interest?
Constantly pressure. I feel that Tore gave a good answer, but we need to have the attention, we need to have the focus, we need to use the international organizations, we need to follow up the existing organizations around the Arctic, be sure that we have the meeting places, we have the people around it, and we have the support. Then, if I may also, just for 30 seconds, we spoke about Europe, and I'm a proud European, even if I'm living in Norway and not far away from the Arctic then. But we spoke about the energy supply to Europe. Gas from Norway, LNG from US, etc., etc. And then we are building, in Europe, we are building a fantastic renewable industry. Probably one of the best and most sophisticated in the world. But there's one challenge in the security perspective. If all the supply to that industry is coming from one country and from China, we don't have the independence we should have. I don't say that China is doing anything wrong. That's not my message today. But it's just we need to learn the lesson. We had from Nord Stream 2, we say we learned a lesson. If we know building a renewable industry and need whatever we need of equipment from China, then we are the same shit, if I may say. So we need actually to follow up that, and that's also something I would like to discuss in the future.
Yeah, of course. Then hopefully as a follow-up on another panel. That's certainly a discussion, clearly a discussion we could have continued on for much, much longer as the issues and the relevance are so vast. But I think I can guarantee you every single one here in the audience who's been listening to this panel discussion, from now on, I can assure you, is having the Arctics very much on their radar, in a region that is gaining in relevance and importance, and one that we shouldn't keep our eye off the ball. Northern Lights on, ladies and gentlemen. What a fantastic conversation this has been. President Grimson, Mr. Sandvik, and Leif Johan Sevland. Thank you so much. This is your applause. Much appreciated. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. And ladies and gentlemen, after this very substantial, heavy discussion, we're going to take a quick 30-minute break and continue here on a very pertinent discussion on oil and gas at 11:30. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. Great to see you all back after what I found to be a very, very insightful discussions on the Arctics. We're now moving to an equally relevant topic and subject matter, namely the future of oil and gas. It wasn't too long ago that people thought of oil and gas as an old relic that is about to be phased out in the short term. Turns out, not so fast. Oil and gas still remain very essential. And the question that I'm going to pose to my two panelists is, of course, how to bridge this immediate and short-term need for reliable fossil fuels and the long-term goal of the green transition. I have two wonderful speakers here with us, experts in their fields who can shed light on this particular subject matter. First up, he is the CEO of Shell. Great to have him with us. Please welcome Wael Sawan, ladies and gentlemen. And equally delighted to have with us the Executive Vice President for Safety, Security and Sustainability of Equinor, Camilla Salte, is here with us.
Thank you.
Wael, if I can start out with you. It's very clear we are at the Munich Security Conference, we're at the Energy Security Hub. It's very clear from the current state of geopolitics that reliable fossil fuel is here to stay and needed perhaps more than ever. Give us a state as a leading figure in the oil and gas sector about the relevance of oil and gas in 2026.
Thank you very much, Ali, and good morning, good afternoon, everyone. Great to be here. I think before we talk about energy in general, it's important just to sort of step back and contextualize where we are. I think we're in a world once again where people are recognizing that there is no national security without energy security, that there is no digital, there is no industrial, there is no defense strategy that does not start with a clear and coherent energy strategy. And I think that does mean that as countries start to think about their energy strategies, they need to be holistic in the way they think about that. They need to be able to think about the energy to satisfy demand today, and they need to be able to build an energy system for the future that increasingly has to be lower and lower carbon, because the climate challenge hasn't disappeared. We still need to be able to grapple with that challenge while addressing some of the real issues, real challenges in front of us today. And so when you look at the energy system of today, oil and gas and coal, hydrocarbons continue to be around 80% of the overall energy system. That continues to be a material contributor. When we think about renewables, it's just under 2.5% of the overall energy system. And so it's important we keep dimensions in check. Germany is a country that actually was one of the pioneers in that space. They embarked on a journey that actually created, I think, the momentum for solar and wind. But despite spending hundreds of billions of dollars, Germany in that period reduced its reliance on oil and gas or hydrocarbons down from around 82% to around 78%. That was it. And so the reality is that energy security element of today continues to play. Now, as we think about the role of oil and gas, the role of oil will transition over time. Today, it's particularly in transportation, in mobility. In future, it will be more and more into chemicals. Today, already, it's around 8 to 10% chemical demand for oil. In 50, 60, 70 years, it could be 100% demand as most vehicles get electrified and you don't need as much oil for transportation. I think gas is the critical one to reflect on, in particular in Europe. And I'm sure Camilla will talk about that very eloquently, given Norway plays, I think, one of the most important roles in all of Europe to ensure that everyone has energy. Gas today is truly the stabilizing force for the energy system. And LNG as well plays an important role in that. And I do think as we reflect on that role, it brings flexibility, it brings reliability, and it brings a lot of versatility because you can use gas in multiple areas. And so both oil and gas will continue to be important features of the energy system. My plea to anyone I speak to is be careful that we do not dismantle our energy system today before we have built the one for the future, in particular as our energy demand continues to grow. And that would be my message here today as well.
Yeah, and a message that is heard loud and clear and well received. We cannot dispense oil and gas without having a very strong and reliable backbone and system, says Wael. Camilla, also same question goes out to you about the current state of oil and gas and its relevance in 2026.
Yes, I very much agree to what Wael says here. I think, of course, we are a broad energy company, so we have huge renewables projects in Poland and the UK, and also we are in the low carbon in the Northern Lights. But having that at the same time as we really try to do the best we can on the oil and gas as well, and as you probably know, we are the biggest supplier to Europe. I just heard yesterday that 44% of the imports to Germany comes from Norway. So of course we take that extremely seriously, and we really want to protect that supply. And I guess for us in the decarbonization here is also extremely important. So what we operate, we want to reduce with 50% on the carbon intensity, and that is towards 2030. And we are actually on track around 30% already. So this is kind of what we can do on the decarbonization, and then in the same time we're trying to prepare for the future. But the safeguarding, that is what we take the most seriously at now, that we really take care of the infrastructure so that we can actually deliver those gas volumes to Europe.
We just had here on this panel right before, perhaps you've seen it.
Yes, I saw.
Your Minister of Defense, Norwegian Minister of Defense, who spoke exactly along the lines of what you are just saying and offering, namely Norway's importance as an energy exporter, and therefore, of course, the critical relevance of its infrastructure that needs to be protected and preserved. So Norway's role here, as Wael also has pointed out, extremely critical indeed. Here, Wael, and you know this just as well, Europe and European companies in particular are grappling with very high energy costs. They're saying this is, I had a panel with 3 outstanding CEOs here on this very stage yesterday, who were saying it's increasingly difficult for us to maintain our business in Europe due to the competitive disadvantage that we are facing. What specific policy shifts are required as the CEO of Shell, as somebody who's at the forefront of this debate, to ensure that Europe remains an attractive investment destination?
I think firstly, as a company that has its roots and its heart in Europe, it is disappointing to see how we have accepted the deindustrialization of Europe. It's happening, and I still sometimes hear people celebrating the fact that our gas demand is stabilizing, not mentioning that part of the reason it's stabilizing is because our gas demand into industry has absolutely dropped over the last few years, and that actually it's being taken up by gas demand in other areas such as residential and the like. And so I think we need to be honest with where we are today as a continent. I think Europe has a lot going for it, right? I mean, we have the ability to be able to reindustrialize. We have the ability to invest in energy infrastructure. As you said today, affordability is just making it very difficult. But it's not just affordability. There's a significant overburden of regulation. So I'll give you a couple of examples. We're building one of the largest green hydrogen facility, very much aligned with Europe's ambition. Europe talked about the equivalent of around 200 gigawatts of green hydrogen by 2030. Today, we are less than 5 gigawatts committed, of which this project is one of the largest. Yet to get the permits and to get the directive coming out of Brussels to be implemented in the Netherlands, where we are trying to make that investment, we've pulled our hair out and we've said, I think it's going to be really difficult to have another investment like this. This is just implementing existing regulation, not to mention just simplifying the existing overburden. So to me, that is one clear element. Just create the support to be able to move at pace so that we can make these investments that support Europe's ambitions. The flip side in other governments around the world, whether it's in parts of South America or the Middle East or in Asia or in the US, is the government is saying, what do you need to be able to attract $1 billion, $2 billion, $3 billion of capital? Here it feels like we do not yet aspire to that, which is a real disappointment. I think beyond that, what can happen, we need more coherent policy. We need the follow-through on the policy when it is actually stated. Credit to Germany. Renewable Energy Directive, there was a question mark as to whether that directive was going to be implemented in Germany, and the government here essentially took the important step earlier this year to be able to support it. More of that bold action to be able to just create fiscal and regulatory stability is going to be key to attract the dollars.
Camilla, do you want to reply to that directly?
Yes, like of course, first also the stability is the key here, and I think also it's not helpful if Europe kind of goes really back to saying that okay, it's really bad with oil and gas. I think the view now that it's part of the energy mix and we want the same thing. It's not kind of in conflict. I think that dialogue and engagement is also extremely important for investment, and we also want to invest in non-oil and gas, but it doesn't have to be either or. I guess that's what we don't know kind of where the pendulum will go, but I think it's good that we kind of keep it more realistic. Yeah.
At the heart of this debate here on this panel, but also beyond, of course, when we're talking about the essence and the relevance of oil and gas is how to balance the immediate need for reliable fossil fuels with the long-term goal of becoming, say, net zero by 2045, 2050, as some countries and most countries have claimed to achieve. Where do you see the middle ground here? What's the golden path, according to your experience, Camilla?
I think at least the answer is that we need to acknowledge, and I think we are there now, that oil and gas will be part of it for a long time. I think we could just have that discussion, I think, and then it's about understanding the context also. The energy security is a big part of this, especially for our gas. So I think that is also part of the pace towards net zero, that we feel a big responsibility also to deliver this gas to Europe. So I guess it's a bit special based on where you come from as well. We all want it, but we also see it's hard to get the markets, the commercial, the competitiveness. So yeah, I guess it's just we want the same thing, I think, but we also need to make money.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Profitability at the end of the day has to be a key factor, something that the 3 O's yesterday has also pertained. At the end of the day, if my business is not profitable, then if altruistic motives, if you think, are moot. But obviously, well, Shell's role here is very critical when it comes to the huge debate of green transition and net zero in Europe and beyond. Would like to get your take on that.
Look, I think that what will it take? I think it starts with just going back to data. I'm a big believer that sort of arm waving and the like is not the answer. You have to really hone in on data. What does the data tell us today? The world at the moment is adding energy demand to the tune of an entire Switzerland every single month. So every single month, between now and 2050, the world is expected to add another Switzerland of energy demand. Right? Just to put it into proportion what we're trying to build here. So this idea that we should polarize the debate between oil and gas versus low carbon, I think is very dangerous. The debate has to be, how do we actually continue to be able to anchor our current energy system with the oil and gas, which will be difficult to just keep flat, and continue to meet that growing demand with anything we can get, whether it is access to more renewables, which we should absolutely do, other low carbon investments, nuclear, whatever we can do to be able to create plentiful energy that also allows for increasingly lower and lower carbon, to have much more sustainable energy systems in the future, is good. So rather than continuing to have the debate between these two, it's how do we have the debate around responsible oil and gas production. Yep. Norway is exemplary in that regard, and making sure that we create the incentives to be able to invest in that world of lower and lower carbon energy for the future. Europe is sort of sitting looking at both at the moment, and you see China and the US moving at pace with the recognition that whoever is going to have the data center capacities, whoever is going to be able to lead in the world of AI, will have multiple strategic advantages. we can't keep debating this while the world is playing out its hands.
Yeah, indeed. And if we're looking to pick up on your point, Europe can be the green standard setter, but there's a reality that there's a huge continent of Asia where there's a huge demand for secure and affordable energy. And America's role in this regard is very clear anyway. It's certainly under the Trump administration, drill, baby, drill. Yeah? So is Europe's unique role, quote unquote, if you will, this trend setting, we want to be the green standard setter while everyone is either ignoring or focusing on their own peculiar, unique path. Is that sustainable from a European perspective, Camilla?
I guess at least they can be more interested in the CCS, and kind of we have a Northern Light project, so we can, and we want to build more of that, of course. So I'm not sure if I have much more to add to that. I think they should support the path that we are on in a way.
Yeah, because you, of course, Weil, as Shell, you operate in all these countries that I've mentioned and regions, US, Europe, Asia, so you have a perfect overview of the different demands according to the regions. Yes. What's your recommendation then to the Europeans who still in the 21st century seem to differ in their approach?
I would start with the advice, cut friction, not ambition. Yeah. Right? There is too much friction. I mean, the ambition is great. Be the green standard bearer. That's great. That's good for the world. But then cut the friction to be able to allow us to achieve that. Maybe framed another way. What we are doing at the moment is focusing a lot on supply. The question is European demand for fossil-based energy dropping? No. What's actually happening is we're just increasing the imports of it. So take the current European reality. Europe significantly depended on a big share of its energy system coming in as imports from Russia, which has largely been substituted by imports from the US, and that import capacity is just growing. Right? Europe used to produce a significant portion of its domestic energy, fossil-based energy, and now most of it is just dependent on supply chains. Thankfully, there's great countries like Norway that can supply that directly and are our long-term allies. But the world is moving, and the geopolitical fragmentation does mean that Europe needs to be able to be in control of its energy system. My own conviction is, while the green focus is absolutely right from an environmental perspective, it is also critical for Europe from a security perspective. Right? Green should not just be pitched as environmental. Green is important for security. But on its own will not solve the issue. It's how do you take the green drive with a stabilizing force like gas? Because the sun will shine certain times of the day and the wind's going to blow on certain dates. But what's going to stabilize your energy when they're not shining or blowing? Either a unified grid in Europe, which is still a long way from happening, or the stabilizing force of something like gas or LNG for that matter.
We're already in the midst of really fascinating discussion here on the state of oil and gas. I want to get you in here. I can imagine we have a very knowledgeable audience here. I can imagine there are some questions or comments to what they've just heard here on the panel. If there are any, please raise your hand. I'm happy to include you into the discussion as we progress. Anytime, just raise your hand and I'll bring you in, Camilla. Security, of course. We are at the Munich Security Conference. Yes. Is a big pillar. Energy at this particular point has become synonymous with security. Wael has also stressed that point. Do you think that realization has fully sunk in here in Europe?
I think at least we are on a good way to get there. And just to put it in context, we have around 9,000 kilometers of pipelines. We have more than 30 installations offshore, like assets. We have 25 helicopters and 6 supply vessels and 45 vessels 24/7 around. So, of course, we have a huge capacity and also a huge responsibility. And it's the collaboration here between the authorities, the companies. I think that is... we have started on a very good way in Norway with the Security Act, that we kind of really working closely to take care of the critical infrastructure. But I think we need to do even more of that with the Norwegian authorities. And I also see, of course, NATO is part of this. We are working together, but there is much more to do in that setting. And of course, the coast is big, and there's a lot of pipelines, a lot of activities. And just to put it in perspective, we see the Russians coming closer. We see them close to our installations. They're coming across the thing. We also see it with this spoofing and jamming and other things that kind of makes us worried. And then the collaboration that we have with the regulator and with the authorities, both in Norway but also in Europe, is critical.
Yeah, it's certainly. I had a discussion here with the German Minister of Economy and Energy, Katharina Reiche, here yesterday morning on the stage. It's become very clear that energy security is no longer just an issue of profitability, but of sheer survival.
Yeah. No, I agree, and I do think, again, it's not a new thing, but I think when we have not had the interruptions that, of course, recently Europe has experienced, it's come back up on the radar. This is at the heart of national strategies in multiple countries, right? Whether you're talking China, where there is a doubling down on becoming an electrostate, but a big part of that is driven by coal, because it's domestically available in China, and therefore there is an underpinning of energy security means national security. I think in Europe, there is more of an awakening. I would say in the last year and a half, the discussions I've had about it have just significantly increased compared to, I would say, 3 years ago. So it's more and more on the agenda. The question now is, how do we move from talk to action? Because to be able to create energy security, it does mean adopting some of the Mario Draghi reports. It does mean the combination of the grids across different parts of Europe. It does mean reducing that regulatory overburden. So we cannot just keep identifying the solution, we need to implement the solution. And once we implement those solutions, I think you will start to move into a place where we can adopt much more security in our energy system.
And when you talk to European policymakers, what kind of feedback are you getting? The problem has been identified and realized. Is pace the issue here?
I think there's, firstly, incredibly bright people really get with where we need to go. But when the bureaucracy is stuck in what was said before and what was done before and trying to unwind things, it is very difficult to be able to move from the static reality of where we are to the much more dynamic reality. I would have thought that given the posture of the US and given where the Russian posture has been, that this would have accelerated the momentum, in particular in Brussels. While we see some green shoots, it's not yet happening at the pace that I wish it would happen.
Very clear words from Wael. Camilla?
Yeah, I guess we have something to go on the pace, I guess. But I think we are also waking up in a way and learning as long as we go. And of course, we have so many people that work there that we haven't had this on the radar at all. So it's also about the knowledge maturity in a way. So of course the 4,000 people that work offshore, they need to be look for things that can happen, and we need to kind of train them. And then we have also the issue of information sharing. If it's classified information, they don't have the same insight. Of course, they are not able to help. So it's kind of understanding where can we share, where can we have not classified information, and also when they actually report things in, how quickly are we able to respond? Is it actually something that they should be worried about, or is it not? And I think that is also related to their trust to actually work offshore, which I really much respect. That is a special thing. So.
Yeah, in the past I've attended, I'm going to come to you in a second, I've attended many Munich Security Conference. In the past, energy probably would have been one of the panels at Bayerische Hof, the fact that this energy security hub not only exists, but has firmly established itself as a very important pillar of the conference, I think speaks volumes. We have a first question. Please introduce yourself. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Tim Bute, Technical University of Munich. Thanks for your contributions. I was wondering what you see as the most important barriers to that continental integration of the energy grid, and how does that need to be constructed such that it doesn't just enhance efficiency, but also actually increases security?
Right. Please.
Yeah, a great question. I think my conviction is that the challenge is not one of technology, it's one of trust amongst the countries in the EU, and it's one of alignment of interests rather than allowing the fragmentation of politics to take us there. None of this is difficult. Right? The grids can be, the technology is there. We have more and more now AI algorithms that allow us to be able to become much smarter in the way that the energy is deployed across the grid. But it does mean trust. It does mean that sometimes one country will have to sacrifice for the other, and that's going to be a key requirement to be able to achieve that. Other than that, it's going to be willingness, commitment, hunger, energy to be able to deliver what is a hopefully politically endorsed pathway for the European Union.
Camilla, do you want to chime in?
No, I think...
okay,
yeah.
because I see that the audience certainly has warmed up. I've already seen 2-3 hands up there for questions. Please go
Sophie Poente from Smart Trade Center and live links to NGOs on transport and climate. We have a lot of discussion around the energy security from a political perspective, economic perspective. I would like to hear your views on the climate impacts. We're having more and more extreme weather events that is affecting society. How do you see the roles of both, say, the fossil fuel as well as the renewable energy from a climate perspective? How does that give us secure energy systems in Europe? Thank you.
Yeah. Either one, please jump in.
I think I have to go back to my initial commentary today, and I think the biggest responsibility we have towards your question there, which I think is a good question, is to reduce the CO2 from our production as much as possible. And having that 50% and delivering the lowest emissions that you can ever get in the world, more or less, also on the methane, not just on CO2, that is our biggest responsibility. And of course also invest in new things that doesn't have the same emissions.
Well,
yeah, I would add. So I think firstly, indeed, every single one of us needs to do better at making sure we stop methane emissions across all of our facilities. That's the biggest prize. We've reduced our methane emissions over the last decade by 70%, but there is more to do. And we're committed to the near zero methane emissions by 2030. I think secondly, as Camilla said, we need to be able to reduce CO2 emissions from our own facilities, and that is something we are all working on. But to your more fundamental question, in particular on the customer side, I think here we need to build an energy system and a demand system that's not built on theory and perfection. And let me give an example. Take the marine sector. Today, if you are able to drive many of these container ships with LNG, you would reduce emissions from freight by around 23% today. We've spent years negotiating, and should it be green methanol, and should it be green ammonia? Green ammonia is toxic. It goes into a port, it could kill people. And so we've spent years wanting the 100% perfect solution, and then we talked about green methanol, which is around 4 or 5 times more expensive, rather than taking a solution that's better than the alternative, which over time you can decarbonize with biomethanol, LNG, and over time you can decarbonize that with synthetic LNG to be able to get to zero emissions. Pragmatism is key, and this perfection is, I think, the biggest enemy we have at the moment, because every time we talk about it, it's like, well, but you still have 8% higher here, 12% higher here. Do you want emissions reductions, or do we want a perfect world that we can't afford? That's the question we need to confront. And those are the dualities which we want to bring into the debate, the dilemmas we need to discuss, rather than the singularity which currently sometimes prevails in these discussions.
Yep. I've already seen 3-4 more hands up, being very mindful of the time. We only have a few minutes left. At some point, I have to only focus on the ones going in order. I'll take 3 more questions, but we'll combine them, yeah, just to be, and then I'll throw it back to you for some final remarks. There was a question, the lady there and here, the gentleman in the first row. So please.
I'm from Viable Cities of Sweden. What would be a sort of pragmatic advice for cities on energy security? We talk a lot about nation, but on a city level. Thank you.
Right, thank you.
Good day, everyone. I'm Natalia Kacer-Buczkowska. I led energy security and transitions as a member of parliament in Ukraine, and my question would be about the infrastructure resilience. Because now we are not facing only physical threats, but hybrid threats like cyber attacks on different infrastructure. We also see what's happening in Ukraine when we are actually, all the country is constant attacks, and now the station is very fragile. So I believe now the more important thing is how to make infrastructure and connectivity as much stronger and resilient as it's possible. And the question is what your company in particular doing in this regards.
Right. Thank you so much. Let's take the final question of the gentleman in the first row.
Well, thank you very much, Andreas Golter with the Willy Brandt School of Public Policy. Thanks for a great discussion. Quick question. I mean, greening, now decarbonizing molecules is one thing, and you talked about that. Greening them is another, and you already hinted at the idea that you phase the molecule, the fossil molecules out and bring the green ones in. Can you talk a little bit more about cost curves, technology, learning curves, and what do you think is a realistic timeline for the green molecules to enter the system at scale? Thank you.
Right. Kick it off, Camilla.
Yes, I guess for cities you ask about, I think this is the first thing that comes to my mind is actually this threat as a report we have in Norway. And I know a lot of countries are doing it, but I think in Norway it's really open and sharing what kind of threats that the society has. And I think for cities to really understand that and to train their citizens, I think that everybody should look for the strange cars, the strange things, and then and of course, then it's also about understanding your critical infrastructure in a power setting. I think that's, of course, maybe an obvious one, but it's also about this, I think, utilizing the citizens of the city is key. I think I'll stop there, but I can just say on the... no, I think I'll stop there. You can go.
Yeah. Look, I think on the cities, for me, energy efficiency. Please focus on energy efficiency. The biggest thing you can do is manage demand. Yeah. And then on the supply side, make sure you integrate international level, make sure that you look more broadly than just the city itself. But energy efficiency is the biggest thing that cities own today. I think on the question from a colleague from Ukraine, for which also I just wanted to extend my thoughts and prayers with the people of Ukraine. We have a number of Ukrainian staff who are going through incredibly difficult times and praying for the country. I think the biggest thing about resilience in energy infrastructure is diversification. This idea that you should put all of your eggs into one basket is a dangerous one. You need modular facilities in addition to concentrated facilities. You need oil, gas, renewables, and the like. You need as much interdependency with others. You need import facilities. Resilience cannot come from talking about it. It comes from creating enough diversified sources of energy to allow you to be able to play in that space. And on the point around what's the curve, I think let's call it for what it is. Oil and gas are blessed from a chemical perspective and a physical perspective. So it's always going to be difficult to be able to outcompete them when it comes to molecular technology. But then you have to go to the next part of the cost curve. Biofuels would be next, or bioproducts would be next. Today you're talking about sometimes double the price, sometimes slightly less, depending on volume and the like. You need mandates. Where it's been very effective is when you have had compliance-based mandates in Europe. We as Shell believed in voluntary mandates. We were wrong. People tell you they're going to buy more expensive, lower carbon, but they don't. And so we invested and we did not get the demand levels. And so compliance mandates are key. And then when you think about synthetic, you're talking about 5-6 times the cost. You will need even stronger mandates. And then what you will need is significant scale to be able to bring the cost curve. It will still be more expensive, by the way, even in 20 years. But what can happen is at least you try to blend a bit of fossil with a bit of bio, with a bit of synthetic to significantly bring down emissions. Because we're trying to go back to what we said. It's bringing down emissions rather than perfecting it to go to zero within the next 10 years.
Yeah. Well, Camilla, did you have a final thought?
No, I can just add that I think this is all about diversity. That you're really trying to. It's not about green or red or blue. It's actually okay. It's going to be power. It's going to be batteries. It's going to be everything. So it's just okay. Let's get on with it.
Yeah, let's get on with it. Yeah. Final minute, 30 seconds each. Well, starting with you, oil and gas is here to stay because.
Because the world needs it, and because it is something which has actually unlocked an incredible amount of prosperity in the world and created access for multiple people. I remind my kids who are blessed today, I have 3 young sons, blessed today to be able to not worry about anything. When we go back to my home country of Lebanon and they go to see their grandfather, we press to go up the lift to the 2nd floor. Usually, we get stuck in the lift because there's a power cut. We are not blessed with energy in Lebanon. A place like Europe that's blessed with energy, make sure that you hone on to it so that the future generations do not get denied the privileges that we enjoy today.
Camilla, the future of oil and gas is here to stay because?
Because it makes the world safer, definitely.
On that note, nothing more to add. Camilla Salte, Wael Sawan, Power and Pipelines, the future of oil and gas. Certainly fascinating, timely discussion. Thank you so much.
Very much.
Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Appreciate it, Wael. Thank you so much. Now, give me 10 seconds to tell you the gist of what's coming up. Now, we're going for a well-deserved break, actually quite a long break. Enjoy it. But at 1:30 p.m., I can warmly recommend it. Downstairs, we have a very interesting New York Times debate that's coming at 1:25, I've just been told, 5 minutes earlier. Please be there. I can highly recommend it. Thank you so much. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. Now, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, for those who've been with us, yesterday and also this morning, welcome back, everyone, here at the Energy Security Hub at the BMW Foundation. For those who are just joining us, I'm looking here in the audience. My name is Ali Aslan, international moderator and journalist. I've had the pleasure of moderating many of the panels yesterday and today, and it's my great pleasure to announce the next panel coming up. It's actually going to be a new format, an innovative format, which I'm very much looking forward to. Very interesting speakers, should be a really good one. And it is my great pleasure to hand over for the New York Times debate, which is going to happen here on this very stage. I'm seeing a packed audience, so clearly great deal of interest from everyone as to how AI and democracy are compatible, or are they? We'll find out listening to our foremost speakers. And to kick off this debate, it is my great pleasure to hand over to none other than the president of the New York Times. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Stephen Dunbar Johnson.
Thank you. I got it.
Very good.
Thank you, Ali, for your kind welcome. As you say, what a packed room. My goodness. It's great to see you all here, and it's also great to see so many familiar faces in the crowd. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the New York Times debate at the BMW Foundation's Energy Security Hub here at the Munich Security Conference. This is a moment where we try to mix a provocative, thought-provoking, and heady cocktail of theatre, but not at the expense of substance. Where you, dear audience, are also an important part of the mix. So I urge you to lean in to the experience over the next 45 minutes or hour. Our mission at the New York Times, through this debate format, which is curated by Debatable and our partners at Kite Insights, is to create space for balanced, nuance, and respectful argumentation where we can disagree well. In an increasingly polarized world where inflammatory and entrenched opinions tend to eclipse other perspectives, we need to enhance our listening muscles and to test our biases that are increasingly reinforced by algorithms. So, as you heard, my name is Stephen Dunbar Johnson, and as President International of the New York Times, I'd like to extend a warm thanks to Heba Agib, Heike Schneeweiss, I'm getting all these, pronouncing these terribly, so I apologize, and Maya Wolfsassen at the BMW Foundation for your great collaboration. I apologize for being brutalizing your names. It is a great pleasure for us to be here, and thank you for hosting us, genuinely. So my role is simple. It's to welcome you to what I'm sure is going to be an invigorating, thought-provoking debate, and to encourage you, as I said earlier, dear audience, to interact and encourage our brave debaters with enthusiastic applause and even whooping when you land, or when they land, a salient point. But I'd now like to introduce the star, for me, my colleague Katrin Benhold, who will steer us through the debate. Katrin, despite her youthful appearance, has worked for the Times, unbelievably, for 22 years, I think. Reporting from over a dozen countries, she was Berlin bureau chief, from where her reporting provided our global readers with deep insights covering a range of subjects, spanning from the far right's infiltration of Germany's security service, on the one hand, and to why Germans love to get naked and drive like maniacs on the Autobahn on the other. As a German citizen, I suspect she wrote that piece with some deep first-hand knowledge. Catherine has frequently hosted the hugely popular New York Times podcast, The Daily, and now hosts The World, which is the new flagship global newsletter of the New York Times. The World is a new initiative that we launched last September. It's a daily newsletter for curious people, you're all curious people, I think, around the world that brings the reader a mix of original analysis and a roundup of the biggest global news stories and a few delightful surprises in video and in text. Catherine regularly writes herself, tapping into her experiences in Europe, but above all, she plays host to her reporting colleagues all around the world to bring our readers particular insights on stories and their experiences in the countries that they report from, frequently through video. So I urge you all, if you haven't signed up to it, to do so. Or to say, Catherine is a rock star, and for those of you who haven't yet signed up, please do, as I said, and I urge you now to give her a very warm round of applause. Catherine, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I do feel like a rock star now, and I promise nobody will have to get naked today. So the motion today is democracy too slow for the AI race? I'll tell you a little story. A couple of weeks ago, I was in Davos, and I made like a vintage human being, I made a mistake. I ended up in the wrong room, but I was very lucky, because in that room was Yuval Harari, a philosopher, a thinker, author of *Sapiens*. And he gave a talk about humanity and AI. And he had this really interesting framing. He said, think of AI as a new kind of immigration. AI immigrants are going to flood your economies. They're going to take your jobs. They're going to change your culture. They're going to change the language. If your society is okay with that, fine. If not, you need to regulate it now, because in 5 years' time, it's going to be too late. AI is moving incredibly fast. I mean, ChatGPT wasn't even around 4 years ago. The stat that recently really got me was that the money that is being spent currently by the tech industry on building data centers every year is staggering, some $600 billion last year alone. That's the equivalent of the entire US federal highway system, which took 35 years to build. So the tech industry is building a federal highway system every year. These tech guys are not messing around. Come on, democracy, right? But what's the question, the really big question, joking aside, that we are debating tonight? The question is, can this stuff play out and actually work out well for us? Can we regulate AI in a way that protects us and our democracies? Or is AI actually incompatible with democracy? Either because authoritarian regimes are just better at being ruthless about big projects, or because the concentration of wealth and money and power in the hands of just very few is intrinsically incompatible with democracy. It's a big question, very important question for us and the future of our children, but don't despair. We have 6 amazingly smart people in the room to just figure it all out for us. So we've got an hour, and in an hour you're going to walk out of here and hopefully feel enlightened. Will the debaters please make their way to the stage? And I need you to welcome them warmly to get them in the mood. I think you're in the mood. I think you're in the mood. Okay, great. So arguing in favor of the motion, democracy is too slow for AI, for the AI race, we have Parag Khanna, Wendy Chang, and Andrew Perry. Arguing against, we have Arantxa Gonzalez, Dimitri Alperovich, and Claudia Platner. Yeah. Interesting gender distribution. Maybe we'll comment on that later. So let me explain how this is going to work. And just to be clear, you, the audience, are going to actually determine who the winner is. Yeah? You will eventually decide. So you have to listen carefully to each argument. You're not judging hopefully on the basis of your preconceived ideas and opinions on the subject, but on the basis of the arguments put forward and on the strength of their persuasive power. Some of these arguments, by the way, may be exaggerated for effect. Our debaters are not necessarily arguing exactly their own opinions. They are defending a specific position. For the sake of the debate, I need to say this to protect them, but also in order to tease out the kind of provocative questions that we're dealing with here. And also, I need you guys to be really noisy. You were good just now, but I need you to be even noisier. Applause and cheering are actively encouraged. We just did one of these in Davos. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I promise you, in Davos, the New York Times debate was the noisiest and most raucous event of the World Economic Forum. Everybody testified to that. It was fun. And so hopefully we can match that today. So first we'll hear from our debaters one by one. We'll alternate between teams, a pair each time. You will have 3 minutes at a time, no more. We'll have a timer, and we'll be ruthless in cutting it off. I'm German, so, you know. Then we will turn to our jury. They're sat here. And they're the highly esteemed Meredith Whittaker. Meredith, where are you? Meredith, there we go. Kevin Casasamora. There we go. Thomas Ridd. There we go. Jury, yes, clap, give the jury a hand. Now, the jury, like I said, is not here to decide the winner. That's for you guys. The jury is going to give feedback to each debating team, sort of tease out what was good, what was maybe not so good, or where the blind spots were, and maybe help them sharpen their argument for the final round, because then each team is going to nominate one debater, and they're going to go head on in the final showdown, which is going to be so fun. And then you guys, the audience, will get to decide the winner, which is basically by giving them applause and making clear by the noise level who wins. So I want to practice that once, just to make sure that you can do this. The New York Times applaudometer has a good track record. So let me just try this with a sort of random motion. If you believe the US should invade Greenland, okay, that didn't really work. If you believe the US should not be allowed to invade Greenland, yeah, okay, yeah. So that is what you're going for, teams. That is the winning sound. That is what you're going for. Let's get going. So on the for side, can I get the first, Parag. Can I get the first team up? Parag and Arantxa. On the for side, we have Parag. And one thing you need to know about Parag is that when the Berlin Wall fell in 1989, he was there like a shot. And he stole a few pieces of the wall to take back to New York to give to his friends. So this guy is resourceful and ruthless. Just need to know that about him. On the other side, we have Arantxa González, and what you need to know about her is that she's done this before. She's done a New York Times debate before, so she was able to feed insider information to her team. So this is going to be spicy. But anyways, without further ado, we've got a 3-minute timer set. Parag, you go first. Good luck to you.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a debate about governance. So let me begin with a casual reminder. Not a single human being east of the city of Istanbul cares even remotely what you think about their government. It is also true that not a single human being south of the city of Istanbul cares what anyone north of Istanbul thinks about their government. So to the extent that this debate is taking place not just inside, but outside of this room, on behalf of 75% of humanity, let me assure you that our side has already won rather comfortably. The vast majority of the human population is not interested in democracy for the sake of democracy. They're interested in material improvements in well-being. That is the stuff of governance. To the extent they enjoy a degree of democracy, they would be willing to sacrifice some of it in exchange for better governance. They do not want to be like you. They want to be better versions of themselves. They do not want westernization. They want modernization. They would rather have a stable and progressive technocratic government, one led by experts working together with AI, than a flailing populist democratic system. In fact, so would most Western citizens themselves. 58% of those surveyed by the Pew Research Center would prefer a system of government where experts make decisions rather than elected officials. So even the West is finally exiting this la-la land of liberal mythology by which legitimacy derives only from democratic inputs. But that is neither necessary nor sufficient for good governance, because legitimacy also depends on outputs. And those outputs come in the form of measurable benefits to society: housing, schools, jobs, safety, hospitals, and more. And a good government is already legitimate if it does these things, but it can be more legitimate if it does so effectively with AI. So let me be clear. Harnessing technology to deliver societal benefits is the only race. It is not a race between democracy and authoritarianism. It's about old versus new models of governance. And the best kind of regime to innovate governance in the age of AI is a technocratic government, one that is led by experts, that seeks to maximize welfare, and that constantly collects feedback from the public to improve its performance. And only technocratic states are capable of doing that right now. States such as Singapore, China, and the UAE are miles ahead in using AI in their economies to train workers for the oncoming job apocalypse, for example, and regulating AI as well. So just ask anyone outside of this room in the global majority, and you'll have your answer.
This is not about the North against the South or the East against the West. This is about you, the people. This is about you and your children. And this is not a race. This is not a race. This is, if we frame and we are told that this is a race against China, a race against time, a race so urgent and existential that democracy itself becomes a burden, that rules become a burden, that safety, security become a burden, that you become a burden. That framing is not only wrong, it's dangerous. Because the moment we accept that AI is a race, we have already accepted the conclusion that the only way to stay ahead is to centralize power, to silence dissent, and to move fast at any cost. That logic doesn't protect democracy, doesn't protect you or anyone else outside these walls. It dissolves it. Let's be very clear. AI is, the AI is not a 100-meter sprint. It's a global, interdependent, cumulative field of research. The race metaphor ignores the reality of how innovation actually happens. When we call this an AI race, we imply that speed is the only metric that matters. But in a technology this powerful, a speed without oversight is not an advantage, it's a liability. It's a liability for you. Democracies don't fall behind because they debate. They stay ahead because they can correct. They adapt. They learn from criticism instead of punishing it. The race framing also assumes that authoritarian systems have some form of inherent advantage. History tells us a different story. Open societies have led every major technological revolution of the last century. They allowed disagreement, they allowed creativity, they allowed failure without punishment. These are not weaknesses, these are strategic assets. The real threat is not that democracies are too slow. The real threat is that we panic ourselves into abandoning the very principles that made innovation strong. If we frame this as a race, we will act like racers. Heads down, blinders on, sprinting towards a finishing line that doesn't exist. If we frame it as a shared human challenge, we can act like leaders, thoughtful, coordinated, committed to building a future that is not just technologically advanced, but that it's free, fair, and safe. So please help us in rejecting the race. Let's reject the fear. Let's remember, democracy is not an impediment to innovation.
Time. Thank you. Thank you very much. So yes, you can take your seats. On the foresight, I heard Parag say that outcomes matter more than elections. And legitimacy actually comes from outcomes, not elections. So democracy is maybe too slow, but it doesn't matter because what we care about is results. Our Ransha, on the other hand, says democracies might be slow, but they also avoid mistakes, potentially existential debates and sort of, societal apocalyptic mistakes. Over to the next two debaters. I have on the foresight, Wendy Chang. So, and Dimitri, if I may ask you up here as well. So Wendy is not just a China expert, she also has a little art gallery in Berlin, and she's always on the lookout for cool new artists. Good luck with that in Munich at the Security Conference. Yeah. On the against side, we have Dimitri, who is host of a podcast called Geopolitics Decanted, which is basically his excuse to drink a lot of wine and then talk a little bit about geopolitics. And we thought we'd sort of make you feel comfortable by providing you with a glass of wine. So we're going to have a New York Times debate decanted.
Is that an attempt to make me lose?
Well, I think you're used to it. But Wendy, you're the first up. Give him some time to get a little tipsy. 3 minutes. Off you go.
Hello. Democracy is great when it comes to representing different voices to building consensus. Democracy is not so great, however, at moving fast. And the AI race is one that demands speed, scale, and coordinated action. We have a tough job here today on our side, arguing for AI, which I know many of us still have reservations about. And for daring to suggest that democracy could be flawed and uncompetitive. But my job here is to paint a picture of how state-led directed systems, like the one in China, can succeed by moving fast, so we know what we're up against. Now, breaking through in a transformative technology like AI requires not just private sector investment, and lots of it, but also sustained policy support over a long period of time. China's top-down industrial policy has been very effective at doing this. Case in point, their green energy transition. Due to long-term policy support, China now has the world's largest and fastest-growing renewable energy system, providing vast amounts of low-cost electricity for industry and data-intensive sectors. Since AI requires a tremendous amount of electricity, access to cheap energy gives them a competitive edge in the long run. We can contrast that with the US, where green energy goals have suffered due to the shifting goals of successive administrations. Another prominent example of the China model is their electric vehicle sector. Now, I think this audience might know the story particularly well. Since 2009, the Chinese government has poured the equivalent of more than $230 billion into subsidizing its EV industry, creating a massively competitive sector where traditionally there was none. Now, Chinese-made EVs are some of the most advanced products around at the most competitive prices. I know. Many of these same car makers, by the way, are now turning to making humanoid robots. And this is what many consider to be the next frontier in the AI race. There are still dependencies on Western software and chips, to be sure. But they're on the whole advancing fast due to crossover knowledge and existing supply chains. Before long, our markets could be flooded with Chinese-made robots. Robots illustrate an important point about the AI race. It's not only about the most powerful AI models, it's also about transforming their capabilities into applications across different fields. And here's where China's speed, scale, and coordinated action might beat us. Western democracies are still ahead in AI for now, at the leading edge of innovation. But the fast, whole-of-nation, undemocratic approach of China could overwhelm us if we sit on our hands for too long. Thank you very much.
Take it away.
I'm glad that my opponent agrees with us that democracy is winning the AI race. The proposition is democracy is too slow for AI or China has won the AI race. But to argue for one side or the other here, we first have to define what winning means. Some would argue that whoever first achieves this elusive but horribly undefined term AGI, artificial general intelligence, will be the victor. I propose, however, that we use a different and arguably much more important metric for winning, which is when we achieve runaway intelligence or recursive self-improvement. That is when AI starts building itself autonomously with minimal or no human involvement, which is probably a few years away. The reason that is such an important milestone is that we can expect a very steep exponential explosion in AI capabilities whenever that point is reached. Instead of having new models come out every 6 or 4 months, they could come out every second. Imagine the capability that we'll have at that point. And whoever gets there first is likely to be permanently ahead as long as they have sufficient compute capacity to keep feeding this AI beast. I argue that not only has China not won this AI race, but it will lose to the West, who is definitely not too slow for AI. There are 4 main ingredients needed to build frontier AI models: talent, compute, which is advanced chips and data centers, enormous financial capital to procure them, and data. Both China and the United States have plenty of talent, money and data, and a broader West for training models. And no one else in the world comes even close to them. The only major difference is in compute. China is lagging behind in ability to produce advanced chips, largely due to Western export controls on semiconductor manufacturing equipment, like the Dutch ASML, needed to build the most advanced chips. It is also highly constrained in its ability to buy Western chips due to US export controls. Indeed, Chinese companies themselves are regularly complaining that the lack of access to chips is their biggest impediment to advancing AI. The DeepSeek model that made so much news last year was self-admittedly by their staff trained on NVIDIA A100 chips, which they had been able to procure before the US ban on those chips took effect. There are literally trillions of dollars that are being spent today by Western AI companies, the majority of which is going into the acquisition of AI chips. China is nowhere close to matching that level of spend, in large part due to the inability to source that much compute. Indeed, the gap between Western frontier models and Chinese models has grown in the last year. And if the chips control holds, we can expect it to increase even further. Should this trend continue, Western models will achieve runaway intelligence first, making it virtually impossible for China to ever catch up. It will be game over in the AI race, and China will lose. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, keep that. Cheers. So what I heard Wendy say, we're toast. China's going to win this. And what I heard Dimitri said is, China doesn't have a chance in hell because they don't have the chips. Interesting. So we have 2 more speakers, the last pair going up. I've got on the 4 side, Andrew Perry. Now, when Andrew was a child, he wanted to be a cricketer, an artist, a novelist, or ideally all 3. Luckily for us, he ended up in the world of energy infrastructure and AI. So he can talk to us about that today. And on the other side, I have Claudia Plattner, who is a mathematician and a German, and has the accent, and the German accent, which confers a certain amount of authority to prove it. So she obviously knows her stuff. Andrew, you go first, 3 minutes.
We talk about winning the AI race. I agree with Arantxa. This race is not a sprint. It's a marathon. And the question of it's not who's leading right now, it's which system can absorb the shock that's coming. In the 1970s, we broke the post-war industrial social contract. Now advanced AI is going to break the market-driven globalized one that we've lived under since, one that already feels fragile. Thomas Piketty showed that when capital grows faster than the economy, inequality widens until you intervene. For most of the 20th century, roughly 2/3 of income went to labor and 1/3 went to capital. That balance has underpinned democratic stability. Since the 1980s, labor's share has already fallen by around 5 percentage points across Europe and the US. Even that modest shift has had major political consequences. And yet, despite the digital revolution we've been through, human labor, both physical and cognitive, still sits at the center of economic value. AI changes that. AI is capital that substitutes directly for labor. It replaces high-skilled cognitive work and, through robotics, increasingly physical work as well. Let's imagine the shift to come. In 1970, Europe had around 1 million coal miners. Most of these jobs disappeared within 2 decades. The physical consequences lasted a generation. Today, Europe has roughly 8 million professional drivers and vehicle operators. Waymo already operates driverless taxis across US cities and is expanding rapidly. That's not speculative, that's happening. This is just one sector. Research shows the complexity of tasks AI systems can complete has been doubling every 7 months. This will be accelerating substitution of labor, not a gradual change. As AI erodes labor's economic value, wealth will concentrate further in the hands of those who own AI capital, the compute, the models, and infrastructure, as Dimitri just talked about. Managing that shift would require major redistribution, a redefinition of labor's role in society. Is that politically feasible within liberal democratic systems built around wage income, dispersed economic power, and electoral accountability? Do we expect all those tech billionaires, very soon to be trillionaires, to voluntarily engineer a large-scale redistribution of their own wealth? Do we see that happening? Is there much sign of it? Karl Popper argued that democracy's strength is error correction, the removal of bad rulers without bloodshed. But that presumes economic power remains broadly distributed. As that balance erodes, so does the leverage of democratic institutions. If democracies must centralize authority to manage this shock, they risk becoming something fundamentally different, in which case they've already lost. China's centralized authoritarian system can coordinate capital for the long term, can implement redistribution without electoral backlash, and can absorb instability. At this point, you might invoke Friedrich Hayek, who argued in the 40s that central planning cannot cope with complexity and dispersed knowledge. But Hayek wrote in a world where information moved at the speed of paper. China's lifted 800 million people out of poverty in 50 years and has already shown how technology can be used to manage complexity of central planning in a vast country. It's demonstrated an extraordinary administrative capacity.
I think you sound vaguely like Gemini, or, that's great. The robots are here. They're officially here. Yeah, exactly. That was brilliant. I want to give it up for these two. That was brilliant. Oh, no, we're not done. Oh, my God, the German. We have... that was so rude of me. I was so absorbed in the moment. Claudia, over to you.
Thank you. Yes, indeed. I am a mathematician and a German. And as such, I'm the technocrat you were talking about. And if I look at the hypothesis, and just the hypothesis, it is democracy too slow for the AI race? I'm going to handle it as a mathematician does. I'm going to disprove the hypothesis by counterexample. So, very simple. Very simple. What's the most successful country in AI right now? Well, it is, arguably, the US. And last time I checked, it was still a democracy. So, theoretically speaking, I could stop right here, but of course, for the sake of argument and for the sake of the debate, I'm going to continue. It was not regulation that has stopped Europe from building like dozens of competitive LLMs. It wasn't. It also wasn't energy that has allowed China, conversely, to come up with DeepSeek. It was indeed engineering ingenuity. So it has to do with, in all cases, with people. People driving, indeed, the innovation and the way forward. So let's come back to this so-called AI race. I'd like to challenge that term in itself. Whatever we call the AI race right now is driven and fueled by, indeed, LLMs. And you know what? That's a bet. This whole bubble is a bet. It's the bet that AI will take on as an operating system. It will take over as an operating system. Enterprise systems are dead. Well, there are arguments for and against. AI is going to do everything. You don't need the rest anymore. Software is gone. Others say it will just become a commodity. And the real value lies in business integration techniques and the composition itself. We'll see. My point is, there are also other parts of AI that we're not even looking at right now, or at least not discussing as we should. Machine learning has very little to do with LLMs. Reinforcement learning, one of the things that actually made DeepSeek possible, is also something where we're not at an end yet. So my point really is, there are other avenues to explore which take a lot less energy, could be at least a partial solution to the fact that AI gets it right statistically speaking, but not every time, so it's not suitable for everything we want to do with it. So that's another thing. So what we're betting on right now is one direction of AI. There could be so many others, and we don't even know. So maybe we're betting on some key success factors which will change over the course of time. And with that being said, just a small little memory for all of you who are as old as I am. Remember the .com bubble?
Give it up for Claudia and Andrew. Amazing. Brilliant. Oh, sorry. Thank you. Yeah, it's getting heated here in the room. Yeah. Amazing. So what I heard Andrew say is that basically we're en route to human labor losing economic power, by extension political power, and therefore, again, we're toast. Claudia was arguing, on the contrary, one sort of crucial ingredient for innovation in AI is actually freedom. Freedom, a free society, the freedom to innovate. China doesn't have that, we do. So, hallelujah, maybe there is a way out. So it's getting close to crunch time. I'd now like to invite our distinguished jury members to join us on stage. Maybe all of you could come up. And we also have you on a tight clock. You will each have your 3 minutes. And just a reminder, you're not deciding the winners, but I would love your feedback on the good stuff, on the blind spots, and on anything that might help these teams to then sharpen their arguments for the final round. Yeah, feel free to come up. Kevin, do you want to go first?
I can go first.
Okay, I see. Well, actually, you're being deprived of 30 seconds. I think you have 2.5 minutes. It's nothing personal.
No, I was actually told that I had 2.5 minutes.
Oh, there we go. Then I was told the wrong thing. 2.5 minutes for each of you.
No, you can't take it back now. So anyway, thank you so much for this wonderful invitation. Look, 3 things. I'm rather surprised that no one has mentioned the pandemic in the course of this discussion.
No, I won't do that.
Because there you have a huge event in the context of which authoritarian systems were supposed to be inherently advantaged, because speed of reaction was a big thing during the onset of the pandemic. And I seem to remember that 6 years ago, there was a lot of hand-wringing in the democracies about the very clear advantage that supposedly a system like China had. Well, 6 years in, I would claim that the picture is far more complex. And I would claim that all things considered, democracies came out looking much better than they looked 6 years ago, and authoritarian systems, including China's, came out looking much worse than we thought at the time. And the reason for that is the ability of democracies to self-correct and to avoid or mitigate at least the probability of catastrophic mistake. Number one. Number two, I think it's been mentioned here in passing that AI will create immense inequality and concentration of power. So one critical question here is, which system is better equipped to deal with the societal reaction that this will inevitably engender? And the jury is still out on that one. My impression is that, generally speaking, democracies have a lower level of tolerance to extreme concentrations of power and wealth. And last, and this is perhaps my most important point, is about the framing. I have, deep problems with the notion that the only thing that matters is the speed of adoption, for a variety of reasons. I mean, I wish that we had
Kevin,
that conversation about speed when social media came along. And not just that, if you're
I also wish you had more time, but you don't.
Let me finish
Okay,
if you're the first to reap the benefits, you're also the first to face the costs. So if you're going to make this about speed and speed alone, you're placing a wager that AI will bring more joy than pain. You see, speed wins,
proving
but
that democracy is
speed
too slow.
Also kills.
It's too slow. Thank you. Right. Okay. Go for it.
All right, too slow for what? What are we actually talking about or doing here? Because I want to start with the frame as well and maybe be a little bit somber. I don't think it's just a fun thought experiment in some ways when we're looking at real attacks on democratic institutions and processes. And the framing here, to me, reeks a bit of the kind of accepted desperation that we see in relationship to the AI narrative. There is something called AI, but how many of you all, if you raised your hands, could define that? Would feel comfortable if I handed you the mic defining that? How about you? Okay, so what are we actually talking about? What is going so fast? All right, what are we talking about when we talk about democracy? Is this electoralism, a very narrow form of collective governance that has been hollowed out in my country by campaign financing and the disciplining of global markets where capital flight disciplines states, not so much popular will? Is that what we mean? So I'm challenging the frame here because I think this is actually a serious conversation, and what it speaks of to me is there's so much anxiety and so much FOMO around this idea of AI, which is nonetheless ill-defined, whose history, starting post-Cold War with the build-out of the ARPANET and infrastructure that was then turned over to a private market that established monopolies on the backs of a platform business model that collected data, grew infrastructures, was able to innovate deep learning approaches that were newly useful because of huge infrastructures, and then were able to spread those to a world that had already, quote-unquote, colonized through their platforms and infrastructures, is something very historically contingent and specific. It is not simply the arc of positivist scientific progress. So without actually defining these, I think we're playing in dangerous waters where we're seeding the idea that AI, a very specific concentrated industry that is based on a very specific historically contingent set of factors that is governed, controlled in 2 jurisdictions in the world by entrenched economies of scale with network effects, is somehow synonymous with human and scientific progress, and our job is just to lay down and take it.
Thank you. Thank you. Thomas.
First off, well done, debaters. Very clean and crisp arguments so far. A few questions that I would like you to consider addressing. And some of my co-jurors have already raised very important points. So first off, if we look at algorithms that control our social media feeds or whatever feed you have in mind as a form of artificial intelligence, there's a good argument to be made that is the case. Then really we're not talking about some future effect, but we're already suffering from some of the effects of these advanced technologies. And indeed, it appears that democracies, and really we're looking at one democracy here, the United States, because that's where AI is at the leading edge, and social media as well. The United States is leading the pack and raising this hard question for us. Is winning that race a form of losing that race? By exposing us to the effects of AI, look at the labor markets, computer software developments going out of work, accountants, lawyers coming next. Are these effects the same in China? Are they hitting China on the labor side, labor market side in the same way? Obviously, much bigger manufacturing sector. Interesting question to raise. How about on the political side? Is the political system in China better equipped to handle social media and soon the AI impact? Also a hard question. So really, the question is, what is winning if we only define it as getting to first adoption first? Maybe we should talk about harnessing that technology for the right value system in a way that is future-proof, because that race, obviously, and that's where my framing comment would be, why race? This is not going to be over. Are we stopping using AI technologies after the race is over? Surely not. So this will continue for our entire lifetimes and beyond. So let's stop talking about the race. I think I did it in 2 minutes.
Amazing. Thank you so much to the jurors. Please take your seats, and we will watch the impact of that feedback. I have a couple of things to add, just because, as I mentioned, I was in Davos a few weeks ago, and AI was a very prominent topic, as was the extreme concentration one might say, obscene concentration of wealth very much on display. The two chairmen, and they're men, they're always men, of the World Economic Forum are billionaires now, officially, Larry Fink and Andrew Hoffman. And there are many more billionaires around there. In 1987, the number of billionaires in the world stood at, from memory, 87. I think it was 85. I think it's 85. 1987 was 85 billionaires. Today it's 3,000. We have 3,000 billionaires, and the net worth of these people is exploding. We've got Elon Musk, who's heading to become the first trillionaire. He's at $700 billion already. And I met Ken Rogoff, who, as you know, is not exactly a left-wing radical, but he was sort of expressing his shock at this extreme concentration of wealth. Former chief economist of the IMF, and campaigned for Senator, or advised Senator McCain in his presidential race. And Ken was saying that in 2018 he had a call from an early Facebook investor who said, "Can you believe it? There's a company that's now worth $1 trillion." And Ken said, "Yeah, it's incredible. I mean, Apple, $1 trillion, 2018. And this guy said, "Do you think that we'll ever have a company that's worth $2 trillion? And Ken recounted to me, he said, "No, I don't think so. I think we'll regulate it, honestly, because that's just crazy." Of course, a year later, Apple was worth $1 trillion, and today we have NVIDIA, which is worth $4 trillion. So I think it's really worth keeping in mind that the concentration of wealth that some people, including Andrew, that is going to be amplified, is being amplified by AI, is already happening, and in some ways is already undermining democracy, because these people obviously fixing the system. The average, that's another Forbes stat, which I thought was interesting, the average tax rate of billionaires is lower than the average tax rate of Americans. So there you have it. I want to now move into this period where teams have a little word with each other. They can identify one team member who will go into the final round, make their best argument. You guys, before I will give you a chance to talk amongst yourselves, I have you as a captive audience, and I will shamelessly show you a promotional New York Times video, because it's our birthday. For 175 years, we've reported without fear or favor. So enjoy the video, and then we'll take 2 minutes for the teams to decide, and then go into the final round. We'll give them a couple more minutes, or maybe 1 more minute to just, yeah, and you can talk amongst yourselves, what you've learned, you know. It's like, I don't know, when that starts. Yeah, 3,000 now. Okay. Time is up. We're going for the final showdown. Now, okay, guys, come on. Yeah. Don't be such a German audience. That's it, better. Now, Dimitri is a little bit too tipsy to do this on his own, so he asked for help. So the two are going to pair up and do it together. 1.5 minutes on this side, and then we have Andrew valiantly stepping up on his own to face this team. So can we please have this side up on the podium and Andrew as well, so we have a nice little bit of tension on the stage. You only have 1.5 minutes this time round. Listen carefully, because this is going to clinch victory. You guys are going to have to make up your mind, because after this, I'm going to ask you to make a decision. So we're going to start on the other side this time. It's the against team that starts, and you can start now.
Well, first of all, I'm very glad that our opposing team and members of the jury have already conceded that the West is winning the AI race. I'm glad to take that feedback from them. But we have to address the drawbacks. There's no question that AI will have dramatic consequences and downsides to the labor markets and social media, impact on our democracy, as has virtually every technology we ever invented. Who here, raise your hand please, does not want to see the internet, does not want to use the internet, does not want to use computers, does not want to use cars, does not want to use factories? They've all come with terrific benefits and horrible downsides. But democracies are capable of managing them very well. And if you want to see what authoritarian regimes do when their economies falter, look at what just happened in Iran. Democracies elect new leadership, authoritarian regimes gun down their people in the streets.
In democracies, rich people are taxed. Markets are regulated. In authoritarian regimes, rich people are put to jail or thrown out of the window. In democracies, workers are stakeholders. In autocracies, workers are pieces in a chessboard to win. We don't have to imitate. We have to innovate. We have to invest in research, global talent, build alliances, create rules, and ensure that there is social safety nets. By the way, there are places where this is being done. So who says democracies are too slow to win this race? In this continent, in this country, in Europe, There are rules on artificial intelligence to protect your children, to protect you against pornography, and much more. It's been done, and it's been done now. Thank you.
Amazing. Andrew, I gave them 10 more seconds. You're going to get 10 more seconds at the end as well. Go for it.
I'm aware I'm speaking to an audience of sophisticated European Democrats. This isn't about what you would like to see happen or what your values are or the grandstanding that we've seen. It's about the practical reality of what actually will happen, whether you like it or not. So the race has been framed in this room around this race of AGI. Democracy framed that race, not China. So the US has framed the race for AGI. When we talk about race to AI, that's what we mean. It's about trying to get this exponential AGI growth. So yes, and I think democracy will win that race-specific one of like tech innovation in the near term. But the real question, the real thing we're trying to debate here is like, who's going to be able to apply this for wide societal benefit? Who's going to be able to do this across billions of people? Who's going to be able to integrate it into technologies across society? And who's going to be able to manage a society within this massive transformation and this wide inequality that we potentially face? So within that application for wide benefit within a complex world, I think there is zero evidence that actually Western democracies are good at this. I think it's wishful thinking. And I'll leave with one example. So the original driverless train was first created in the UK in the early 60s. We now have the grand total of 2% coverage driverless trains in the UK. China has more than half of all driverless trains on the planet. They didn't need to be first. They didn't have the best innovation. They didn't even need freedom to do that. They did it because they were able to coordinate and integrate across their economy and their society. Thank you.
Give it up for the two teams. Thank you very much. This, ladies and gentlemen, is the moment of truth. It's a lot of responsibility for you, because you're going to have to decide now which team won. The team in favor of the motion or the team against the motion. So if you believe that democracy is too slow for the AI race, give it up for Team 4. And if you believe that democracy is not too slow for the AI race, give it up for Team Against. I think that was a pretty clear verdict, and I think maybe we should all go home reassured. Or maybe we're all deluded, but in any case, this was great. I want to congratulate you guys for winning this resoundingly. Well done. Maybe the alcohol helped, and I'm sorry if I deprived you, actually. But thank you all very much. This is my favorite debate in Davos. It's definitely my favorite event in Munich so far as well, although AOC last night is kind of a close second. That was fun. But listen, have a great time. Mingle amongst yourselves. I have a few more words from Stephen, and see you around.
Thank you, Catherine. Very briefly, I just want to say thank you to our brave and distinguished debaters. Thank you to our jury members, even for critiquing the motion. You made a very good point, the framing of the motion. And thank you, Catherine, for your fantastic herding of the cats over the last hour. As Catherine mentioned, this is our 175th birthday this year. Our mission that was set out 175 years ago remains central to everything we do at the New York Times, and that is to report, as Catherine said, without fear or favor, to serve the public by seeking the truth and holding power to account through independent, rigorous, and balanced reporting. And I think these debates, in the spirit of listening and respectful argumentation are, I believe, another manifestation of those values. So I would like to thank the BMW Foundation for their support in hosting us this afternoon. And I would like again to thank our jury members, but particularly you, the audience, for participating and getting into the spirit. So thank you very much for coming. Thank you again to BMW and everybody, and I wish you a very good afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you for having us do this.
Thank you.
Really fun.
Well done. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, if I can ask you to remain seated, because we have an excellent, excellent final discussion coming up here with the head of the UNDP. I think it's going to take a couple of minutes to settle down, but we'll have a good discussion nonetheless. Thank you. It has been quite a discussion here. Thank you so much. And of course, this chaos now was inevitable. So, ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We are continuing without a break. And we have an excellent final session for you coming up. Yes, please. Thank you. Thank you. If I can ask you, we're going to continue with no break. We're continuing with no break. So we'll just wait 30 more seconds for the room to settle down, to quiet down. Thank you for your cooperation. Please take your seats. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Definitely stick around for the final session of this year's Energy Security Hub. We're ending on a very, very high note. So if I could kindly ask you to remain seated so we can get this final conversation here on stage started, ladies and gentlemen. Let's give it another 10 seconds here while the networking here right in front of the stage still continues. Ladies and gentlemen, for those staying, please take your seats. It's great to see you, Parag, as always. Thank you. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, if I can ask for your attention and for the room to quiet down, because we are reaching the finale of the Energy Security Hub 2026, powered by the BMW Foundation. And we started very strongly yesterday, and we're ending very strong. Couldn't be more delighted to welcome a gentleman here on stage with whom I've had the pleasure of already being on stage a couple of years ago at the Munich Security Conference when he was Prime Minister of Belgium. And I'm equally delighted to welcome him now in his brand new position as the new administrator of the UNDP. Delighted to welcome Alexander De Croo, ladies and gentlemen. Back then I said Prime Minister. Now, if it's okay, I'll say Alexander.
That's much better. Administrator really does not sound right.
That's what I figured. It doesn't roll off the tongue quite easily.
No, not at all. Hey, the joke was that before there were two administrators, the one of UNDP,
and the one of USAID.
I see.
Unfortunately, I'm the only one left now.
Yeah, administrator. Administrator sounds very bureaucratic indeed.
It kind of is. Yeah.
Yes, not as fancy as the job title.
Not to hide that the UN has a certain level of bureaucracy, but okay, that's.
Well, there you have. That's perhaps for another discussion. But we are very, very happy that you're here. I know you have a packed schedule, and very grateful to you that you took time out of your busy schedule, Alexander. Of course, before we get into the nuts and bolts of your job and of the importance of development, you, as I said, you're a former prime minister, you're a former politician, and you're very good at reading the room and knowing about what the nature of the discussions here at the Munich Security Conference are and what they mean. What is your reading right now of what is taking place, the tone, the sentiment, and the messages?
Maybe let's compare last year with this year.
Yeah.
Because in a year a lot of things have happened.
Indeed.
I think that first of all, what you see is the development discussion was really a bit a sideshow at Munich Security Conference. Yes, we were tolerated, but not much more than that. I think now it is actually really part of the discussion, and we'll go more in detail in your further questions. But the discussion about how you secure the world, how you stabilize the world, more and more people understand that if you only do the military part of it, or only the repressive part of it, or only the curative part of it, you're missing a big part of it, and you actually often perpetuate the instability. So that is one big change. I think another one is, yes, last year there was the J.D. Vance speech, which I think really caught the Europeans by surprise. What you see now is, I think, the evolution of European thinking, but also European work over a period of 1 year, where you see that there is a clear answer of the European countries, which is basically, look, we understand we have to invest more, but also respect us in the uniqueness that we have. But it's not hostile towards the United States. It's actually open, but also quite self-assured.
Yeah, the term wake-up call has been overused for a number of years now, and every time people say Europe has gotten that wake-up call, they're now no longer in denial, and nostalgia is no longer a strategy and a viable option. As a former Prime Minister of a European Union country, do you think that's compatible and in line with the reality we're seeing? Do Europeans really understand what political environment we operate in these days?
Yeah, I think they do. And that is because I think today people understand that no one is immune for fragility or for instability. You can think that any place in the world, you can be a prosperous country, and you can think that you can build a wall around your community and you should be fine. Everyone knows that's not the case. I mean, the impact of the war in Ukraine, the main impact was on food, and not just in the European continent. I mean, that impact was almost worldwide, and we all know what the consequences of pandemics and others are. But even on the economic side, look, if you look at the projections of the World Bank and the IMF, projections for worldwide growth are the lowest since 1960. That is for a number of reasons, but one of them is just a general instability. When you are in an unstable world, an unpredictable world, when it's hard to read geopolitics, then as an economic investor, you're actually quite prudent. Now, that lack of growth, we all know that the more vulnerable ones feel it immediately. I mean, a lack of growth in, let's call it, well-established redistributing social systems, we know that means that there's less to be redistributed. And in the part of the world where we, as a development organization, work, I mean, the impact of the less growth and of the cuts is, I mean, this is not theoretical. And just to give you an example, between 2000 and 2024, child mortality has been halved worldwide. Unseen. Humanity has never, ever done that. Last year, it went back up. Why did it go back up? It's quite clear. Less money going to vaccination. less money is going to vaccination, well, the most vulnerable ones feel the brunt of that. And it's going up, and you could expect, if these cuts are continuing, that in that domain, the impact will go into millions of people, and especially young people and children. That does not mean that the budget cuts, and we can talk more about it, have to be something that there is no alternative for it. There's actually quite some changes in the development system that could happen, that could compensate that. But certain things you need public money for. And so the cuts in public spending have an impact.
Yeah, and money certainly in this regard very vital, and the threat on the part of Washington and the White House to cut further spending on the United Nations and its various agencies certainly does not make your life easier, for sure. And it's interesting that you say we need to rethink security. It's no longer through hard military wear, but quite on the contrary, it encapsulates many, many different elements. Development, in your particular case, is not a charity, you said. It's actually part of hard security. Explain.
Totally. Well, look, you cannot drone yourself out of every problem in the world. Airstrikes are not the solution for everything. And I fully respect the fact that there is more military spending. Look, there's a reason for it. We understand that reasoning, and I think that's fine. I mean, especially on the European side, it's totally defendable. But you can do all the military interventions you want, or all the military deterrence you want. If the places that matter to you, if their institutions are collapsing, if your youth is jobless, if your population is futureless, you will just perpetuate instability, and you create an environment which is extremely hard to stabilize. And that is related to security and to development, and development only happens when you have a certain level of stability. But it's also linked to other things. I mean, today, for example, the major factor of instability in the Western Balkans is organized crime. And it's transnational organized crime. Transnational organized crime thrives in environments where institutions are weak, thrives in environments where part of the population sees no future. That's, by the way, the same in Latin America. I mean, the transnational criminal drug trade has an incredibly hard impact. And so when I say that development and security, or development and stability, are intimately linked, I mean, this is not a theoretical concept. What we see in organized crime is a very direct one. And also, if we see these success stories today in stabilizing, let's look at Iraq today. Iraq is slowly getting stabilized. One of the reasons why it is because 4 million IDPs, these are internally displaced people, returned to their communities. Why did they return to their communities? That's because school systems, healthcare systems, governance systems were being rebuilt. If you have an environment where people are discriminated, where governments or services are not being provided, that erodes trust. And if trust is being eroded, you create an environment where insecurity can thrive.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the examples that you have provided, very stark and quite self-evident. So the cost of doing nothing, if I understand you correctly, is actually much higher at the end of the day.
It is, if I can add, and there's a representative of the One campaign here, who actually have, I don't know where I put this little thing you gave me, basically made the calculation, I'm sorry. So this is a dollar bill, but on the back, it explains that if you look at the OECD countries, the amounts being spent on defense is 7-for-1, defense versus diplomacy and development. The story is not that there should be less on defense. The story is, with marginal increases in development and diplomacy, I mean, these are quite small amount if you compare it to defense, your defense dollars will be more productive.
Yeah, very interesting. So defense really encapsulates that development you have to see as a first line of defense then.
Yes. Yeah, so development is a first line of defense, or to stay in military terminology, it's the ultimate preemptive strike. Yeah. And why do you do a preemptive strike? It's to prevent a crisis development is the preemptive strike. It's what you do to stabilize environments, to create a future. And I'm not saying that these interventions are always successful. I mean, certain conflicts start due to other reasons. But at least it is proven that it has a positive impact.
Because the cost of doing nothing, if I hear you correctly, is instability, is more migration, is lost markets. It's pretty much a chain reaction that at the end of the day will still backfire and cost us more.
Totally. And as I said, no one is immunized for that. I mean, you can be the most wealthy country in the world. One way or another, it impacts you. And in the end, if not by insecurity, it impacts you because of lower growth, less trade, and so on.
Yeah, you make perfect and very logical arguments here. Obviously, on the stage, I think arguments very few, if any, here in the audience would disagree. Why do you think Washington, then? Why do you think the current US administration is finding so hard to accept the premises that you laid out here today?
You know, the initial message from Washington was, you know, we don't want to have, I mean, very, very critical to the UN system and basically saying, you know, there's not going to be any funding at all. But you now see that, for example, Tom Fletcher, who's the head of OCHA, and OCHA is the kind of the coordinating mechanism for everything which is humanitarian help, actually got quite a few billions from the American administration, from the Trump administration. There's a few reasons for that. One of it is he did quite some reorganization. I think he gave a clear message like, look, part of the criticism, we get it. And that is also my answer. I mean, part of the criticism on the fact that United Nations have become too bloated, too slow, is not adapted to this world where speed is of the essence. I think you have to take some of that criticism. So part of his answer was less. I got the message, I'm doing the reforms. Second element is that, yeah, he was been pretty good at explaining, well, you know, if you don't stabilize Sudan, if you don't stabilize certain parts of the world, you know, it will have an impact on you. And I think the American business community actually responded by saying, well, you know, we have some activities and we would be better off if things are stabilized. So I actually believe in the power of persuasion, and I hope I'm pretty good at it.
Well, well, if the yes, by all means, if the US decides to withhold support from the UN and its various agencies, we're looking, of course, then at a new coalition of the willing. Speaking of the title here, rebuilding multilateralism, bringing together then a set of countries and regions that do believe in the system and see its values. Where do you see those coalitions falling?
I think it is, if you take, and I think there's a big difference between development and aid. These are two different things. I mean, aid is sometimes necessary, but to me really is in a humanitarian context. Development obviously is way broader. Development happens when there is stability. We talked about the security component to it. But it also happens when there is economic growth. Economic growth comes when you have rule of law, when you have a stable fiscal system, when your financial system is well established. Then you attract foreign direct investment. You create an environment in which local small entrepreneurs can come. And I believe that there's been a lot of talking about how the private sector needs to play a role in development. Today, it is really not at the outskirts. It's at the core. And the potential for us as an organization to create the circumstances where those investments can take place. Because today, if we talk about sub-Saharan Africa, I mean, fundamentally, these are very attractive places to invest. The demographics are great. These are young populations, entrepreneurial spirit, and huge needs. And there is more investable capital than ever. I mean, this is not global wealth. It is capital that is sitting in investment funds that is actually looking for a decent return. And I'm not against a decent return. That bridge between that capital and those places which should be attractive for investment, that is not happening today. Why is it not happening? Because of risk, but also because of perceived risk. The difference between real risk and perceived risk is, especially in sub-Saharan Africa, quite big. This is something that you can solve, but also because certain components of a stable environment are not there. That's feasible. I mean, that is our bread and butter. This is what we do as an organization. These are the reforms that need to happen. So if you talk about what are the new partners, I mean, the new partners to me is way broader than the public spending. By the way, already before the cuts in public spending in development is what we call ODA, Overseas Development Assistance. Remittances, which is basically diaspora sending money back to families, that was in volume already 3 times more important. And foreign direct investment is 10 times more important. So ODA was never the only element. But since it is shrinking, we have to be extremely careful on where we use it. Use it as catalytic as much as possible, but also know that there are certain pockets where private investment is never going to play a role. I mean, the basic healthcare, governance reforms to help democracies. Private sectors are not doing that. By the way, we don't want the private sector to finance democracy, right? So there are certain things where public funding really is the only way of doing it.
Yeah, it's certainly interesting. You lay out very convincing arguments, but it remains to be seen at a time when we're seeing multilateralism rather eroding and great power politics returning. It'll be interesting to see how things play out. Being very mindful of the time as we are running out. Once again, you were Prime Minister, obviously, of Belgium, came with lots of political experience into this new job as UNDP administrator. What can you bring, what have you brought in as a former leader into this role that benefits the UNDP today?
I don't know, I mean, you'll judge me at the end how successful I was, but one of the things that I want to bring is that the development discussion becomes part of the global geopolitical debate. The global geopolitical debate is dominated by the topics we just discussed. I mean, insecurity, military spending, and so on. The instability, the drug trade, the migration flows, which are hard to manage, all these things, they're symptoms. They're symptoms of an underlying problem. And the underlying problem is lack of development, precarity, is income gaps, which are too big. And so making that part of the discussion, this should be a topic at the G7 discussions. This should be a topic at G20. We're extremely happy to get this stage here and to have that topic. That is something where I want to have a go at. Will I succeed? Well, you'll judge me afterwards.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, you just took on this position only 2 months ago, but I can already see by the passion and truly the emotions that you have laid out here today that you full-heartedly believe in this mission and that you're going to be leading it with a great deal of conviction.
If I can say, I mean, I'm in this. I have the luxury to do something I'm passionate about, but all of us, one way or another, have a role to play in this. I mean, if this is mostly many of you will be active in German or European business community or wherever in the world. There is a choice to be made. Where do you want to invest? And if I can lose the last 20 minutes, I mean, this part of the world where we are very active, this is Sub-Saharan Africa, the Middle East, Latin America, and so on. I mean, do the analysis on what the business opportunity is. And other places of the world seems to be less friendly for, let's say, European investment. Take a good look at the rest.
I think the message is very well received here. We very much appreciate your time, your leadership. Best of luck in this new role. 2 months is not a long time, but it's very clear. It's very clear, Alexander Kroh, from having listened to you just for 20 minutes, that you are in it with all your heart and your passion, and with you, wish you nothing but the best. Alexander De Croo, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Yep.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, please remain seated for the closing. We're almost done, final stretches. And I'm seeing there's first aid being offered by our co-host. It's an all-inclusive service we're providing here. Very good. And Alexander, don't forget the dollar. It's it might go a long way. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate
Thank you.
it.
All the best again. And thank you. Thank you. Good luck and see you soon again.
Well, Katie, I'm telling you, what a ride it has been
Absolutely,
for
Ali.
2 days. The Energy Security Hub 2026. We are here. We're in the final stretches.
Absolutely. It's almost a wrap. Before we hand over to the board, a warm thank you, of course, for our high-level guest. Can we get another round of applause to Alexander de Croo?
Alexander, thank you.
Thank you. Come back to us. And also, of course, I'm looking around. I see a lot of familiar faces, new faces. This is the beauty of coming together here at the Hub. It's a wonderful image that I see from here. So thank you, before we do the official wrap-up, for coming and for joining our conversations.
Yeah, what conversations we've had here, both downstairs, upstairs. Great potential, very high level from the first day until the very, very last minute, as we just saw. 2026 is almost in the books. Katie, what feelings are we going away with here?
I think we covered the topic that Wolfgang Ischinger, of course, already started the debate with. It is a geopolitical question that we were facing here when we talk about energy security, because we all need it, and we all have to stand up for the resilience of the grids and for the availability of energy security. And I think with that, we hand over to the board of
Absolutely.
the BMW Foundation Herbert Quandt. Heike Schneeweis and Heba Agib join us on stage.
So the energy in this pavilion was great over the past 3 days. And of course, the program was amazing and the speakers were amazing, but also you were amazing. Your energy, your engagement, and the potential of what we all can achieve together is so great. This is the times and the energy we need to take with us to increase the odds for implementation and to strengthen society by working together.
And progress only happens through joint action. So let's move together. I think we had really great, very focused sessions. I don't know who was here, but on Thursday we went on with an innovation night. You have seen a lot of scale-ups, and we came all the way through to today, and it was for sure today a very lively discussion. Yeah, it's always, the last thing is always in your mind, but I think there were many discussions in between with very clear messages. And I think it's very clear what we have to do and where we can find maybe together points where we could come and work together, because the power of collaboration is really that's what the whole foundation is about.
And I want to highlight the fact that the panels you've seen and the program that was curated for you is based on the outcomes of a whole year of work on energy transition, clean tech innovation, all what we do with our partners over the year. This is why the program was described by some of you as on the point. So I want to thank our partners for that. And I want to take a quote from the Innovation Night by William Chewy, the professor at Stanford, saying, what we have at hand is an and problem and not an or problem. And that's exactly how we think about it. We need to tackle different issues that are all of them shaping the solution for the future. So we want to see you again in October 15th and 16th. Am I right, team? Yes? To work together and get deeper into some of the topics. Specifically, energy and AI is going to be a topic in the core of our discussions. And now we're not going to take you through the key takeaways of the last 3 days. This would take too long, so don't worry. But on your way home, you will find an email coming to your mailboxes summarizing how we think about these conversations. And please share with us what you think and if you see innovative pathways and possibilities to tackle some of the issues that were discussed.
So not a lot more to say, Eva, but at least a big thank you to everyone. Big thank you to our Board of Trustees for your trust, your support, and your encouragement that we go this way. A big thank you to our team and everyone who supported the team on the ground floor.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
And a big thank you to all of you, because without the guests, a party is nothing. So we need you as well, because if we would be alone, it would not work. So thank you to you as well, and we hope that we stay in touch over the whole year.
And thank you, Katie and Ali.
Yeah.
Have a nice trip home. Bye-bye. This is the end.
A safe trip home. So, danke.